Leadership, as leaders who have been elected by Kenyans, it is incumbent upon us to discuss issues affecting our people, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we must also have a discussion on national issues, issues of national importance, Mr. Speaker, like the Sagana Declaration, Mr. Speaker. That was a very important day for this country, Mr. Speaker, where the head of state and the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, guided the nation on the way forward, Mr. Speaker. And that is the responsibility of the head of state, Mr. Speaker, to tell Kenyans which direction that this country will go.
Again, you go to the... Now. You see... What is it, Honorable Bukose? You know, now you raise issues. I see even the minority leader wants to... Now, honorable members, let's see how...
You know, Honorable Speaker, the issue that the matter that Honorable Sangoka has raised is critical, and my friend Honorable Junet and Honorable Pio and I, being senior members in this House, should not trivialize the matter associating with a declaration that was made in a language that not everybody understood. So, I think that is a very strange concept to bring it into the House. Here in the House, Honorable Speaker, we speak either in English or in Kiswahili, and that's the language we understand. So, giving guidance to what the Honorable Sangoka said, I think it will be good that we can be able to discuss it now and dispense with it.
Let's leave this. Let's say, just to make things easy, we will be discussing this particular motion from 6 o'clock on Tuesday, all the way to 7. Let's have that one closed, because what I'm seeing, the honorable members, what I'm seeing is that we are introducing many issues that were not raised by the Honorable Sankok. The issue that we'll be discussing is food prices and all those issues that he has raised. The rest of them, any member can seek an adjournment motion, and when we will see whether it is a matter of national interest, really. So any member is free to do that. Yep. So, honorable members, what is it? I hope it's a different one, Honorable Mbadi. And Honorable Mbadi, I have not seen you in a house for some time.
Mr. Speaker, you know,
I would easily want to give you an opportunity to say something. I'm sure you are a busy man. I know this season people are busy. So let's hear what you have to say.
Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly I'm a very busy man. Actually, today, my timetable was always conflicting. So that demonstrates that I'm busy. Mr. Speaker, I agree completely and entirely that food prices is a very important and key issue to discuss as a nation. And Mr. Speaker, I was just thinking to save the time, and I want to agree with Honorable Wandai and Honorable Junet, that to save time, we could also merge it with this major discussion that took place yesterday. You know, when the head of state, Mr. Speaker, sitting head of state, not a former head of state, Mr. Speaker, holds such an event and makes a pronouncements, Mr. Speaker, and these are pronouncements, some of which I don't want to discuss the details, but he even talked about how corruption, Mr. Speaker, I beg to be heard, Mr. Speaker.
No, if you are let me tell you this.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying that if you listened to what the head of state said, the translation, he was talking about how this country's economy has been battered as a result of corruption.
Order. Now, order, members, order. Now, the only presidential address that we will discuss in this House is the State of the Nation address that is done in Parliament, and so please let's leave that for now. Order, honorable members. Now I've given you Honorable Sankok Tuesday. Any member who has an issue, bring it on Tuesday, whether it is in the line. But the only thing is we cannot merge it with any other. The motion that we'll be dealing with is Honorable Sankok's motion. So we will not merge, but we will be happy to hear any other member who would wish to have a House adjourned on another matter of definite national importance, if there is any. So please, honorable members, let's proceed. I think... Now, honorable members, order, Honorable Ngujiri. We will not need any. What is it, Honorable Ngujiri? But please, we are taking a lot of time, and yet we have a very important issue. What is it, Honorable Ngujiri?
Mr. Speaker, I think it was very important what the President was saying, but because he was saying in Kikuyu language, I offer myself to interpret what he was saying. That's what I've said. Very
Order.
simple.
Order.
Yes.
Order. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Oh, no. Order. Take your seat. Now, honorable members, I think that made the afternoon a little lighter. But now let's go to business. I'm giving no other member on this one. We go to business. Next order. Order, members.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, on this particular one, we will start with the ordinary questions. Starting us off is the member for Kadiani, the Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to ask question number 44 of 2022 to the Registrar of Political Parties. First off, Mr. Speaker, could the Registrar of Political Parties explain how and why Kenyans have been registered as members of various political parties without their knowledge and consent? 2, what measures has the registrar taken to ensure that members of the public are not unlawfully registered in political parties? And 3, what steps has the office of the registrar taken to update its management information systems to ensure better coordination, control, analysis, and decision-making regarding information for political parties, considering we are just going into the nomination process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The member for Meru asks the next question. The Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is number 054/2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures that the Ministry has put in place to ensure that construction of infrastructure in public learning institutions across the country is adequately supervised by experts to ensure it is of quality standards and that of the safety of the learners is not compromised? What steps is the Ministry taking to ensure the repair of old and dilapidated school infrastructure in Meru County? Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used by the Ministry to allocate and disburse infrastructure funds to the public learning institutions in Meru County? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next is a member for Madioya. Honorable Kihara. Member for Madioya. Let's go to member for Nakuru Town East. Ask the next question. Again, seeming absent. Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to ask question number 057 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs, and Special Programs. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether 300 bags of rice, which were part of the relief food dispatch fight letter reference number MDP/SDSP/9/11 volume 1 brackets 37 dated 11th May 2020 addressed to the Deputy County Commissioner, Endebess, and copied to the Area Member of Parliament for Endebess constituency were delivered and distributed to the intended beneficiaries. 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all beneficiaries of the said relief food? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary also provide a breakdown of all the relief food that was distributed in Trans Nzoia County in the year 2020, indicating its estimated cost, details of all beneficiaries in the county, indicating their sub-locations, locations, and sub-counties. This was during the epidemic, Honorable Speaker. And this relief food, we want to find out whether it reached the intended purposes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next is the member for Gilgil. Member for Gilgil. I will ask...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 058 of 2022.
Yes, and the member who is in the neighborhood, kindly allow the member for Gilgil to ask her question
Mr.
in
Speaker,
absolute peace.
Mr. Speaker, I was consulting Honorable KJ on the fact that the order paper is not uploaded on my system. So I was checking whether it's uploaded on his.
Yes.
But well, I rise to ask question.
If it was on only uploading, that is fine. But please maintain social distance. Proceed.
There is an aisle between us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 58 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Number 1, what is the status of investigations into the disappearance of Mr. Boniface Njuguna Ndungu of ID number 20125197, a businessman and resident of Gilgil constituency who was kidnapped in Churo area, Baringo County, on 31st August 2021 while sourcing for chicken for his business, as reported in Gilgil Police Station on 17th September 2021, VID OB number 21/17/9/2021. Number 2, have there been any arrests of those involved in the disappearance, particularly the suspects who allegedly demanded for a ransom for the release of Mr. Njuguna on 2nd September 2021, but later reneged on grounds that the incident was a revenge mission? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Now, the other questions which were not, which the member for Nakuru Town East, is he in now? The Honorable Gikaria. And the member for Madioya. Those questions are deferred to next week. So next, we go to the second segment of that particular order, which is statements. We will start with the majority leader, who obviously has a statement.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 22nd of February 2022, to prioritize the business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, last week you concluded the process of reorganizing various committees of this House, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate the members who have been given fresh mandate as chairpersons or vice chairpersons. I urge them to hit the ground running and encourage the committees to keep working hard to expedite all the pending but urgent business before them, since the time remaining in this session is not much, yet a lot needs to be done. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to urge members who have sponsored certain bills to keep track of the progress made in the consideration of individual member bills whenever they are scheduled on the order paper, mainly on Wednesday mornings. And this will obviate members from losing an opportunity to move their bills. Honorable Speaker, for the sitting of Tuesday, 1st of March 2022, the House Business Committee has scheduled the continuation of the following motions, if not concluded today. And these are the report of the budget, the Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement for the financial year 2022-2023, and the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, the following bills have also been scheduled for consideration in second reading, being the Children's Bill, Huduma Bill, and Advocates Amendment Bill of 2021. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear before the departmental committees as follows. The Cabinet Secretary for Lands is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Lands on Tuesday, the 1st of March, 2022, to respond to question number 43 of 2022 by the Honorable Peter Kihara, MP, regarding compensation of Keriaine Cairo Road residents. The Cabinet Secretary for East Africa Community and Northern Corridor Development is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on Tuesday, the 1st of March, 2022, to respond to question number 013 of 2022 by the Honorable Olago Aluoch, MP, regarding the payment of terminal dues to all former employees of the defunct East Africa Post and Telecommunications Corporation, who were not compensated following the winding up of the corporation in the late 1970s. The Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender, Social, Senior Citizen Affairs and Special Programs is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on Tuesday, the 1st of March, to respond to question number 27 of 2022 by the Honorable Zuleka Hassan regarding fresh registration of beneficiaries to the Inua Jamii program. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on, again, Tuesday, 1st of March, to respond to the following two questions. Question number 18 and 19 of 2022 by the Honorable Abdul Rahim Dawood regarding the abduction of Louis Mudhuri and payment of dues to Police Constable Japheth Kambudu, respectively. And two, question number 30 of 2022 by the Honorable Bernard Okoth regarding the abduction and killing of Ms. Cynthia Makoha. The House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, the 1st of March, to schedule the business for the rest of the week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
All right. Then we go to the next order. No, and before we go to the next order, and there's also Honorable Hassan somewhere, let's start with the notice of motion that you had not given, the Honorable Ntoimaga. If you can give out your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House.
Laying the paper or giving out the notice?
Paper, yes.
Okay,
yes,
let's proceed. Let's start with that.
I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, 24th February 2022. Reports of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on its consideration of 1. The Election Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2021, and 2. The Election Campaign Financing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 37 of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ntoimaga, do you have a notice? There is no notice, it's only laying of the paper. Now, please, Honorable Zuleka, just go and take your seat. What is your point of order? Because I intend to give the Honorable Zuleka to request for her statement, which is actually an urgent one. What is it, the Honorable Russell?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I sought for a statement regarding one of my constituents, Mr. Robert Sereka, who was picked up by National Police Service. 2 weeks is a very long time, and the leader of majority is here in this House. Mr. Speaker, a missing person to a family is a harrowing experience. I think those of us who are people's representatives sitting in this House, actually, if you have one missing person from your constituency that the government knows his whereabouts, and we are not being told. The family is not being told. I think it's important that we as legislators...
Now, what you are asking the Honorable Russell is that you made a request for a statement which has not been responded to.
Yes,
because
for 2 weeks.
When you mentioned the leader of majority, I thought it should be more of the chair of that particular committee.
Not at all, Honorable Speaker.
Well, were you expecting the statement from the leader of majority?
The chairman was missing on that day, and the leader of majority is the one who picked up that responsibility to respond to my statement.
Even if that be the case, Honorable Russell, and you know you are a seasoned member yourself, I understand, of course, the gravity of the situation, but the fact that the leader of majority picked up that particular matter does not actually therefore put it in his docket. That should be handled by the chair of that particular committee on security and the national security, administration and national security. So maybe, take your seat, because I know Honorable Yusuf Hassan also has an issue, then we can see how we can be able to resolve the matter. The Honorable Hassan, member for Kamukunji.
Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to raise this issue, which is similar to what Mheshimiwa Rasto has asked. In general, there is a tendency now that many of the questions and the statements that members of parliament are asking are either ignored or delayed by the cabinet secretaries. There is no longer respect given to this august house in terms of responding to the questions and the statements that we ask here every day. For example, I have 4 questions and statements that have been pending since last year. And many of the chairs, Mr. Speaker, are not to be found in the House these days. So I wanted to ask, on your behalf, on the behalf of members of Parliament, whether we could get an inventory of the questions that are and the statements that are out there that have not been answered. And we should be given some response when members' questions and statements are going to be responded to in due time by the various government ministries.
Honorable Hassan, you would be more helpful. Other members, please take your seats, members. But Honorable Hassan, you'd be more useful if you are being specific that a question you had asked to a certain particular departmental committee or a certain cabinet secretary. So which ones are these? You say you have 4. Where were they going to? And if it is last year, you can imagine, they lapsed.
No, they didn't. They were extended into this year.
Okay, so what is the...
By the Speaker.
Which one?
For example, I asked a question on the title deed for a delayed title deed for the Kinyago Kanuku neighborhood in my constituency.
Yes, that goes
in November.
That goes to the department.
I asked a question on the frequent fires in Kikomba market last year in November. I've made a petition. I brought a petition on the Karura forest, the renaming of the Karura forest after Wangari Maathai. And then finally, I also raised a petition on behalf of people who have requested the government to establish a national council of Kiswahili. And I can hear every day when we're here, there are many questions and statements that have been completely ignored by either the chairs or the cabinet secretaries, which means the questions and the statements we ask here have no meaning whatsoever. We're wasting our time.
Okay, you have now put it on record. We know now that those who are going to various departmental committees and cabinet secretaries. Of course, we wouldn't lay the blame on chairs of committees because just like yourselves, they are members of parliament and they are also as active in the constituency as you are. But I would ask the clerks, the clerks, especially at the table office, to look at those specific issues and see how we can have an inventory of some sort and see which questions have taken too long to be responded to, then we can be able to activate them. But the one by Honorable Raso is a bit more specific. I would be happy to see if the chair, I know the chair is not in, the vice chair of that particular committee, he seems to not to be there. Now then, therefore, through the majority leader, we would ask them to give us a response on Tuesday in terms of the status. You know, we cannot have the chairs, we cannot really push the chairs to definitely respond at a particular time because the cabinet secretary must have come to the committee. So on Tuesday, if we could be able to get how far the committee has done, then that I think would be fair. So, and for the one by the Honorable Hassan and several others, we'll be able to see how we can be able to help in terms of creating an inventory on those questions that have taken too long to be responded to. Luckily, that can be done easily by the table office. Okay, so the Honorable, what is it? Honorable Zuleka, I'm giving you the opportunity. So what is it? I hope it's a short one because we really have...
Mr. Speaker, I had requested to make a statement.
Make it.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I seek to request for a state multi-pronged invasion of Ukraine. The unwarranted military assault, which is being regarded as a war of aggression, involves the unrestricted use of missiles and explosives in targeted regions with Ukraine, and a humanitarian crisis is already unfolding. Honorable Speaker, the month-long state of emergency in Ukraine has been complicated further by the recent declaration of martial law on account of the invasion, resulting in mass exodus of people from Kyiv and other cities in the country. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, a number of Kenyans have been caught up in this invasion, and it includes students Wachu Mustafa, Hamish Walid, Ahmed Tawakal, Yusuf Muhammad, Mude Suleiman, and many others from Ternopil National Medical University and other institutions and workplaces. These Kenyans are already facing movement challenges occasioned by closure of airports and face the real possibility of inaccessibility to food supplies and communication platforms via imminent internet restrictions in the coming hours and days.
Order. There is a member in, I don't know who that member is. Honorable Ambur, do what is supposed to be done. You know the particular issue that you have violated. Proceed, Honorable Zuleka.
It is on account of these concerns, Honorable Speaker, that I wish to seek an urgent statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. Is the national government considering urgent repatriation of Kenyans caught up in the Russian invasion of Ukraine back to Kenya? And if so, within what timelines shall the same be undertaken? 2. In lieu of repatriations, could the national government consider relocating these citizens to safer regions within Ukraine or to more peaceful nations that neighbor Ukraine, as well as to provide relief food and other supplies to them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That one is referred to the relevant committee and is a fairly urgent one. We hope that they can be able to move with speed. And look at that, that's a live issue, so it should be. So next order, please.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021. Question to be put and third reading.
Order. So, honorable members, having confirmed that we have numbers, I put the question which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Okay, let's have... Let's have the mover to move third reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021, be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a game changer for the artists of this country. Honorable Speaker, The artists who are within the squeezer tune purview are now moving from a paltry 16 cents for every squeezer tune to 52% of every tune that you put on your squeezer. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the game changer is the national registry for all our artists. So, Honorable Speaker, this is big, and I'd like to move, because with the national registry, all our artists can now store their music.
At this point,
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move for third reading and ask the Honorable KJ to second.
Honorable KJ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do rise to second this bill, and I'd like to just commend the Honorable Gladys Wanga for doing something that is a game changer. And I would like to just go on record, Mr. Speaker, to say that the three things that this bill has done: one, by improving the royalties that artists get from the squeezer tunes; secondly, by preserving our Section 35; and most importantly, introducing a copyright registry, is actually going to be one of the biggest achievements of the 12th Parliament.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I do second.
All right. So I propose a question, which is that the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021, be now read a third time. Yes, I will put the question because I see it's the mood of the House. But honorable members, like for example, what Honorable KJ had done, this is the specific and the best time that you would have had an opportunity to, to speak about this, and therefore it would have had enough time at this point. But let me proceed and put the question. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum in the House for purposes of making this decision, I put the question, which is that the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Copyright Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2021, second reading, question to be put.
What's your point of order, Honorable Gikaria?
Honorable Speaker, I don't want to cast any aspersion. Honorable Speaker, I'm the Member of Parliament of Nakuru Town East. Honorable Speaker, I have put my intervention for the point of order for quite a while. I had a question, and just before you had left the order number 9 for questions. Honorable Speaker, I was trying to raise...
Now, Honorable Gikaria, even looking at the intervention slot now, unless you are not quite sure how you handle your machine there, it is not there. That's number one. Number two, when we are in that particular order, you are absent. You are just lucky that I did not drop your question. You are very lucky, because I had the option to do that. I simply put it to another day. So you really cannot, whether you are talking about casting aspersion or whatever else, that is not what is going to assist you at all. So first, you don't seem to have a card. You don't have a card. You are not present when you are supposed to be present to ask your question. So if you insist, Honorable Gikaria, I am going to do what I am supposed to do. If you insist, I am going to do what I was supposed to do at that time, which is to basically drop your question. So please, Honorable Gikaria, be present on Tuesday to ask your question. Take your seat, Honorable. Take your seat, Honorable Gikaria. So your question will not be dropped, but please be there to ask it on Tuesday. Right? So let's proceed. And so I'm going to do. Order, members, take your seats. Order, take your seat, Honorable Gikaria. Order. So again, honorable members, we have the numbers to make this decision. So I put the question, which is that the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2021 be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Universities Act 2012 and for connected purposes.
Well, then we go to the next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Other members, we are now in Committee of the Whole House to consider the President's recommendations to the Kenya Insurance Deposit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020.
President recommendation to clause 2.
The mover, leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be amended as per the order paper, and this is basically to ask the President's memorandum, which was explained, which was actually brought to the House, explained by the Speaker, to accommodate the reservations by His Excellency the President, where he did recommend deletion of some clauses and rewarding of others, and hence it's a straightforward matter that does not require debate. I believe I just want to ask members, we support the recommendation by His Excellency the President so that the bill can become law once this is approved. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as recommended by His Excellency the President.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as recommended by the President. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the President's recommendations to the Kenya Insurance Deposit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments.
I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the President's recommendations to the Kenya Insurance Deposit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendment. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Honorable Speaker,
Yes, Chair. Please,
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the President's recommendations to the Kenya Insurance Deposit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020 and its approval thereof without amendments.
Very well. Let's have the move of the bill to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request the Honorable Angweni to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Jimmy Nuru Angweni Ondiek.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second.
Very well. So, other members, I propose a question which is that this House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Report on the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable members, please take your seats because I want to give some guidance which will take a few minutes. Order, order members, order, order. Honorable members, I wish to guide the House that I have received notices of proposed amendments from various members as published in today's order paper. The proposed amendments are by the member for Kikuyu, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the nominated member, the Honorable Sosion Wilson, the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Owen Baya, and the member for Garissa Township, the Honorable Aden Duale. Honorable members, as you have noticed, the proposed amendments are published in the order paper, are preceded by a disclaimer to the effect that they are subject to the Speaker's decision on application of Article 114 of the Constitution. In this decision, I wish to now convey to the House, in this decision, which I wish to now convey to the House, to start with, the Honorable Members, Article 114.2 of the Constitution states as follows with respect to money motions, and I quote. That's Article 114.2. If in the opinion of the Speaker of the National Assembly, a motion makes a provision for a matter listed in definition of a money bill, the Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee of the Assembly after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. 3, in this Constitution, a money bill means a bill other than bill specified in Article 218 that contains provisions dealing with A, taxes, B, imposition of charges on public fund or variation or repeal of those charges, C, appropriation, receipt, custody, investment, or issue of public money, D, the raising of or guaranteeing of any loan or its repayment, or E, matters incidental to any of those matters. On the other hand, the honorable members processing the annual budget policy statement, BPS, is provided for under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. The BPS sets out broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide the national government and the county governments in preparing their budgets, both for the following financial year and over the medium term, and includes inter alia, A, the assessment. Honorable members, you can take your seats because this will be a little long. Take your seats and quickly, please. Thank you. Okay, so we'll proceed. So they include inter alia, A, an assessment of the current state of the economy and financial outlook over the medium term, including macroeconomic forecast. B, financial outlook with respect to government revenues, expenditure, and borrowing. for the next financial year and over the medium term. C, proposed expenditure limits for the national government, including those of Parliament and the judiciary, and indicative transfer to the county governments. D, fiscal responsibility principles and financial objectives over the medium term, including limits on total annual debt. C, the fiscal risk statement. Before I render my determination, honorable members, it's noteworthy that there are two main purposes of the annual BPS that I wish to restate. Firstly, the BPS informs the basis of the vertical distribution of the national revenue between the national government and the county governments, which are actualized in the Annual Division of Revenue Act. The decision of the House on BPS therefore determines the content of the Division of Revenue, whose publication follows the resolution of the House on BPS. Secondly, the budget policy statement sets limits for distribution of share of national revenue to be allocated to each of the three arms of the national government, and within the upper limits of distribution amongst programs of the national government. Therefore, for all intents and purposes, the resolution of the House on BPS constitutes a money motion. Honorable members, Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Act 2012 requires that Parliament to approve the BPS with or without amendments. Therefore, the law contemplates that amendments being made to the BPS by the House. However, honorable members, we must make a distinction between amendments being proposed to the BPS as it was submitted to the House by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, and amendments being proposed by members to the amendment of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the BPS and Financial and Policy Resolution as proposed by the committee. As you will notice, the Financial and Policy Resolution proposed to this House by the committee are normally extracted from the committee's report and published in the order paper for ease of reference by all members. Honorable members, the first amendment by the member for Kikuyu basically seeks to alter the budget ceiling by introducing the national government portion of the shareable revenue and allocating the difference to the county governments and the judiciary, by each getting an additional allocation of 125 billion and 12 billion respectively. This also relates to the proposed amendments under paragraph 79 of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, where the member for Kikuyu proposes to increase the county government's equitable share from 370 billion to 495 billion, representing 35% of the last audited and approved revenues, being Kenya shillings 1.413 trillion. Notably, the House is aware that the Senate passed the 2022-2023 BPS with a similar resolution. For this reason, honorable members, I will allow this amendment to be considered by the House for a decision as relates to the vertical division of the national revenue. I have allowed this proposal conscious of the fact that the limits on the portion of shareable revenue between the two levels of governments have an implication on the division of revenue bill, which of course will be considered by the Senate. Therefore, with the Senate having made a decision by capping it at 35%, it will only be fair for me to allow the amendment of the House to also make a decision on the matter one way or the other. I will prefer the same treatment to the proposal to increase the limit of the judiciary budget ceiling from the amount of 18.885 billion to 30.885 billion. What I mean is that 18.8 billion to 30.85 billion. Honorable members, the proposed amendments under paragraph XXA relating to the recommendation 75 of the report on the BPS seek to reallocate Kenya shillings 50 billion to support credit, finance, and micro, small, medium enterprise, MSEs, adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, Since we are not at the stage of approving 2022-2023 estimates, I will disallow these amendments with the hope that the Budget and Appropriation Committee will consider the proposal at the time of considering estimates. The honorable members who are standing there, please take your seats. Take your seats, members, quickly. Members, take your seats. You know, just work like you really mean. Now, who is this member? Please take your seat. Honorable members, the proposed amendments under paragraph XXB relating to recommendation 75 of the report on BPS as policy proposal for rolling out mapping exercise of exportable goods and services from all constituencies in the country. I will therefore allow this amendment if therefore allow this amendment. If approved, if approved by the House, the government will consider the proposal in line with existing broad priorities. This will also apply to the proposal on operationalization of the Judiciary Fund, the designation of the Inspector General of Police as an accounting officer for the National Police Service, and the proposed additional allocation of resources to facilitate upward review of remuneration by police officers. The proposed amendment by the Honorable Wilson Sossion seeks to provide for funding of the Teachers Professional Development Program under Section 35 of the Teacher Service Commission Act 2009. This being a policy proposition to the government, I will allow it to be considered by the House. Honorable members, the member for Kilifi North, the Honorable Owen Bayer, has also proposed various amendments to this motion. The proposal relates to allocation of resources to State Department for Crops Development and Agricultural Research to provide for subsidies on fertilizer so as to reduce the price of purchasing fertilizer. To the extent that this proposal is not asking for any additional resources, but rather asking the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury to consider reallocation of the availing resources to actualize this proposal, I will allow the House to debate the matter and make a decision one way or the other. However, I will disallow the members' other two proposed amendments relating to revival of cashew nut and mango subsector in Kilifi County and resettlement of squatters, as they are better canvassed at the level of consideration of estimates. The purpose of the BPS is really to allocate and determine the detail of funding. The purpose of BPS is really not to allocate and determine the details of funding, but rather to set out a broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide the national government and the county government in preparing their budgets. Finally, honorable members, the member for Garissa, the Honorable Aden Duale, has proposed an amendment seeking to alter the budget ceiling of the national government's portion of shareable revenue by reducing the reallocation of 12 billion difference to judiciary. You will notice that the effect of the proposed amendments is similar to that being proposed by the member for Kikuyu. And in this regard, I'll therefore allow the consideration of the two, of course in line with the procedure and processing of amendments of a similar nature. The Honorable Darley has also proposed the restatement of livestock off-take program and drought mitigation measures by allocating 1.5 billion and 2 billion to the programs, respectively. Noting that this is a specific program-based allocation, I will disallow this amendment as it will be best placed at the stage of consideration of the estimates. Honorable members, the motion on the medium-term debt strategy under order number 12 The member for Kikuyu is proposing an insertion of a new paragraph BA to the effect that the House notes the approval of 2022-2023 BPS and the medium-term debt management strategy is to be construed to be an approval for raising of the national debt limit currently stipulated in law. It is observed that the member is asking the House to make a further recommendation whose implication is to affirm that the approval of BPS and the medium-term debt management strategy is not an approval of increase of the national debt limit. It will be noted that in its recommendation to this House, the committee is also asking the House to cause the National Treasury to align the projected 2022-2023 expenditure to be within the headroom allowed by the limit set out by the House on the 9th October 2019. To this extent, I'm inclined to allow this amendment as it emphasizes the resolution of the House of the 9th October 2019. Honorable members, before I conclude, I wish to respond to the point of order raised by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah relating to the matter during the afternoon sitting of Tuesday, February 22, 2022. The essence of the point of order was threefold, being whether the House can amend the BPS, 2, whether the House can amend the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on BPS, and 3, whether the amendments proposed are subject to Article 114 of the Constitution. Honorable members, these are fairly straightforward matters, which I have guided before. On whether BPS can be amended, the answer is, as I've stated above, lies on Section 25(7) of the PFM Act 2012, which contemplates an approval of the BPS with or without amendments. As to whether the House can amend the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, I wish to note that the motion for adoption of the report is a motion like any other and may be amended in the usual manner and provided for in the standing orders. Lastly, as to whether the amendments relating to BPS are subject to Article 114 of the Constitution, the answer is in the affirmative. Whenever amendments relate to matters provided under Article 114 of the Constitution. In conclusion, therefore, the motion will now proceed as I have directed, noting that the determination herein, the House is accordingly guided, and I thank you. Okay, then we can now proceed. First of all,
can we amend?
Yes, what is it, Honorable Ichung'wah?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that very well-reasoned guidance to the House. And Honorable Speaker, it is good that you have allowed a number of the amendments, but I wanted to register my reservation, Honorable Speaker, even without questioning your wisdom and your judgment, in declining some of the amendments, like the one that seeks to establish the Hustlers Fund, which was going to help many business people in this country to be able to access funds. And I'm well guided, Honorable Speaker, that we can canvass this as the estimates are tabled, Honorable Speaker. And you have also guided on the issue of amendments to the BPS. Honorable Speaker, I also did raise the issue which I have not heard you address as to how we prosecute the amendments if they will be subject to Article 114, as you said, as you read out, Honorable Speaker. I had sought guidance. Yes, I had sought guidance, Honorable Speaker, that if there is any proposal that is subject to either Article 114 or Standing Order 114, the Speaker to give guidance as to whether we need, as members of Parliament, to appear before the Budget and Appropriations Committee to be able to canvass all those amendments, Honorable Speaker. And following your guidance now that there are some that we may need, like that one that sought to establish a fund for MSMEs, If we were to prosecute the same even during the annual estimates, Honorable Speaker, you realize they could also befall the same guillotine, Honorable Speaker, if they will be subject to Article 114, and of course they will be because they will be seeking to reallocate funds. I think the leader of majority and the panel are interrupting you. Let me give you time. The leader of the minority in the majority. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Aden Duale, the leader of majority in the majority party, was asking which leader. So I'm telling him I referred to the leader of the minority within the majority party. That is Honorable Kimunya, who leads the minority within the majority party. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, Honorable Speaker, without your guidance, or without the Speaker's informed guidance, Honorable Speaker, as to whether, Honorable Speaker, if a proposal is to be brought even in the annual estimates, without a directive from the Chair, Honorable Speaker, that the Budget Committee cannot just table their report on the annual estimates without considering and interacting with members who will have made proposals to amend any of the proposals that come with the annual estimates, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I had sought within BPS and by extension even on annual estimates. So that, Honorable Speaker, we are orderly in how we transact business, so that the report is not tabled, and at the time we get to considering the appropriations bill and we go to the Committee of Supply, proposals that have been made for amendments are killed at the altar of Article 114 and Standing Order 114, Honorable Speaker. And I had sought that the Speaker also to pronounce himself on that question, that if a member proposes an amendment that has the money bill effect in line with Article 114 and Standing Order number 114, then the Budget and Appropriations Committee, being the relevant committee that deals with money matters, Honorable Speaker, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, in line with the provisions of that standing order, will, as a matter of direction from the Chair, Honorable Speaker, is directed to make sure that any proposal that has been forwarded is considered, even by inviting that particular member who may propose amendments now as you guide in the annual estimates. So that if and when Bayer proposes the reallocations he wanted for settling landless people in the coast, and he's proposing to move that money from one vote to another, Honorable Speaker, then we obligate the Budget and Appropriations Committee that they must sit with the Honorable Owen Bayer, get comments from the National Treasury, so that his recommendations or his proposals for amendment are not killed at the altar of Standing Order number 114. Honorable Speaker, it's just that I noticed in your long communication that particular aspect has not been addressed, and I would beg, Honorable Speaker, that you do relay that to the substantive Speaker, or if you can offer guidance, Honorable Speaker, so that in future, Honorable Speaker, and I have said I am okay for the time being because the Hustlers Fund, we will pursue it to its logical conclusion, Honorable Speaker. And I must thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to debate on the merits and demerits of increasing money to our county governments. And I'm sure those who want to be governors in this House will be there to support, and those who are supporting BBI, Honorable Speaker, will also be there to support, and also support more money going to our judiciary, Honorable Speaker, and establishment of the Judiciary Fund, Honorable Speaker. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the guidance, and I beg that you do offer guidance on the other issue.
Well, now that you are comfortable in the meantime, generally, I think some of these things, and you know we are at the tail end, of this particular parliament, we could also approach it, and you could approach it through the amendments to specific standing orders that will govern the next session of parliament. I mean, the next parliament that is coming after this one. So those kind of, and I can tell you that currently the Committee on Procedure and House Rules is meeting frequently to try and tidy up our standing orders to make it a bit more usable in the coming parliaments. But I see also the Chair Budget wants to say something. And what is it, Honorable Chair?
Honorable Speaker, we can't hear you. We can't what you are saying.
Now, I don't know if it is better there. So, honorable members, what I've just said, honorable members, is that since the Honorable Ishungwa seems to be fairly comfortable and happy, we can now leave the rest to the tidying up of our standing orders for future purposes, which is currently live in the Committee of Procedure and House Rules. If you want to propose any modification of the standing orders, feel free to do that now. That will help the future parliaments. But as it is now, we will proceed in the manner that I've communicated. Everything else, Honorable, we now will proceed to the main matter. What is it, Honorable Bayer? I hope it's not the same thing. Please.
Just to say a few things. I want to thank you, really, that one of my items has gone through, and that is coming to the floor of the House. But I also want to note that two of the very important items that I proposed have fallen off the wayside. But I also want to move the chair or the speaker that the same may not befall my proposals when it comes to the budget appropriations at the appropriations level, so that we may be able to get the land question and the cash nets question handled very well without it having to be dropped when it comes to that level. So I thank you, Speaker, and I stand guided.
But you know, when you will be appearing before the Budget Committee, it will be nothing to do with the speakership. It will be between yourself and that particular committee when you'll be canvassing those. Once it comes to the House, we will be happy to transact it as brought to the House. And what is it, the Honorable Junet? You know, Honorable Junet, just like your colleague farther from you, you have not been very visible in the House, but I'm happy that when you came, you are hitting the ground running. Proceed, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, not that I am trying to oppose or to comment negatively on your communication, but Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of record, and with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, now that the budget policy statement was handled by the Committee of the Budget, Mr. Speaker, I thought all those amendments should have been referred to the committee, Mr. Speaker, so the committee can look at it and bring a report to the House, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, the statement should have been handled by the floor of the House directly without going to the committee. Mr. Speaker, since the statement went to the committee, the amendments being proposed by Honorable Ishungwa and other members should have also been referred to the committee. That has been the tradition. That has been, even when Ishungwa was the chairman. When Ishungwa was the chairman himself, Mr. Speaker, that's what has happened. Why is this year, I'm seeing some change, a abrupt change, Mr. Speaker, from the norms, this is a house of traditions and procedure, Mr. Speaker, and precedents.
I think if you notice, the Honorable Junet, anything that titled on Article 114 has been actually refused. So therefore, it will not proceed because it is governed by that particular. It has to either be referred to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. There is no shortcut about that. But in terms of amendment, you know, amendments are always proposed in the House. Even if the committees have done whatever they have done, you can still be able to process amendments in the House. So I think basically we were dealing with amendments.
Mr. Speaker, it depends on when the amendments came. Mr. Speaker, if the amendments were coming after the report has been presented to the House, with the leave of the Speaker and the approval of the Speaker, you can move your amendment. But if the amendments were filed 3-4 days ago, Mr. Speaker, when the issue was seized of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I think it is. I think the committee should.
I am trying to understand where the issue is.
I think it should have been referred. Mr. Speaker.
Maybe I'll also give the chair budget.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Chair budget. Let's hear.
Honorable Speaker, all these matters were referred to to the committee. And I have a report on the same. We considered these issues, and I have a report. So I don't understand why we are, we should at least go to the substantive issues, and then when it comes to the amendments, we will, because the time for amendments will come, Honorable Speaker. I should move, Honorable Speaker, if you guide, we deal with the substantive issues, Honorable Speaker.
I think that makes a lot of sense, the chair.
Yeah, move.
No, Honorable Ishungwa, I heard you wanting to inform the Honorable Junet What is the procedure here?
Honorable Speaker, you know I am never petty. Honorable Speaker, you have heard the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee state on record that indeed, as the Honorable Junet is asking, and I am aware because the day I presented my amendments to the table office, I am aware they found themselves their way to the Parliamentary Budget Office and consequently to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. But my point of order, Honorable Speaker, the chair has confirmed that they have considered and asserted that he has a report. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to know, to get your guidance. This report, is it a report of the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, or is it a report of the House? Because procedurally, any report of a committee to the House must be tabled before the House so that it becomes part of the business that we transact. Therefore, the chair cannot stand on his feet and say, I have a report, as if you are transacting his household budget. This is a budget of the Republic of Kenya.
But what is
and
it?
This is a National Assembly that transacts business on behalf of the people. You cannot stand and purport to have a report which has not...
Now, the report is there. The report is there. Clearly, the report is there. So we'll simply proceed, really. You see, what is it that the honourable member for Suba South or Suba North, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my main concern is that there are many of us who have been pressing the intervention button for a long time, and your eyes seem to be only catching the attention of only the UDA members in the House. And at one point, Mr. Speaker, I was getting concerned that this is appearing more as a UDA rally, and we are not going to allow it. This is a house. This is a parliamentary house. It is not a UDA rally. We will not allow it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to confirm, as a member of the Budget Committee, that we have sat...
Honorable, I am not so sure if you are now a member of UDA. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Yeah, so we will move on. Those members who want to get petty political mileage out of the House should be ashamed of themselves. Let's proceed. You don't just wake up and state things that you cannot be able to confirm. You are not a UDA member yourself. So let's proceed. Let's proceed, the Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm the chair budget.
Sorry.
but for the comfort of my predecessor here, if he is not it doesn't matter. You know the problem of the former is the school that he attended. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we have a response in his case. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232, 9 and 10. And A, approves the Budget Policy Statement, BPS, for the financial year 2020-2023. B, makes the following financial resolutions with respect to the BPS. 1, approves the capping of the fiscal deficit at Kenya shilling 400 billion or 3.0% of GDP, whichever is lower. 2, approves the national government budget ceiling for the financial year 2022-2023 at Kenya shilling 1,629 billion and 11, of which the executive one is 1,000 559 billion 911, of which the Auditor General is 6 billion 378 billion, Parliament at 50 billion 220 billion, Judiciary at Kenya shilling 18 billion 885 million. And 3, resolves that the budget ceilings of the ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, be rationalized to be within the deficit as approved herein, and further, that necessary measures be put in place to collect additional revenue. 4, approves the county government equitable share at Kenya shilling 370 billion. 5, approves the equalization fund at Kenya shilling 7.068 billion. 6, approves the conditional grant at Kenya shilling 37 billion to be distributed in accordance with Annex 4 of the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. C, makes the policy resolution contained in the first schedule to the order paper, that is policy resolution relating to the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023. D, orders that the resolution forms the basis for the preparation of the 2022-2023 budget. And E, resolves that the House budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023 forms the basis for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill 2022. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I move, Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that I stood down the motion last week for various consultations, Honorable Speaker, and I'm happy to report that we have been able through the committee to make the various consultations, Honorable Speaker, which of course will be coming on later as I progress. Honorable Speaker, it is my honor, duty and privilege to present to this House the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the 2022 budget policy statement on behalf of members of the committee. Honorable Speaker, the 2022 BPS outlines the broad strategic priorities and policy objectives by the National Treasury that will guide both the national and county governments in preparation of their budget for the 2022-2023 financial year and over the medium term. Broadly, the 2022 budget policy statement outlines indicators of recent economic performance, projected macro fiscal outlook over the medium term, proposed priority policies, intervention, and expenditure ceilings for all arms of government, including equitable share to devolved units. Honorable Speaker, the timelines, contents, and procedural preparation of the process of the BPS is anchored in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the PFM Act 2015, as well as the regulations, Honorable Speaker. Ordinarily, the PFM Act requires that the BPS be tabled by the 15th February each year. However, this being an election year, the BPS was tabled much earlier, on Thursday, 2nd December 2021, to give the House sufficient time to review and process the same, even as it prepares for the general election slated for August 2022. Honorable Speaker, the theme of the 2022 budget policy statement is, and I quote, accelerating economic recovery for improved livelihood. This is based on the challenging yet promising environment under which the 2022 BPS has been made and prepared. The economy, while progressively recovering from the adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, is facing other significant challenges, notably the ongoing drought crisis, as well as heightened election activities. This may have a bearing in private investment decisions. In this regard, the BPS outlines the foundations of the third economic stimulus program. Speaker, the committee held productive deliberations with the departmental committees and received their recommendations. Discussions were also held with the Office of the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Service Commission on their broad policy priorities, as well as budget ceilings, as those fall under the purview of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, Additionally, in line with Article 210A of the Constitution on public participation, the committee invited the public to give their views on the 2022 BPS. This was carried out through a virtual platform where memorandums were submitted. Further, the committee held a consultative forum with the National Treasury before the report was finalized. The recommendations arising from all these deliberations, including the public hearings, have been incorporated in this report. Honorable Speaker, while the committee was processing the 2022 budget policy statement, it made a number of observations which are well captured in the report, but allow me to mention but a few. The committee observed that although a raft of measures have been proposed in line with this theme, there are some gaps. Firstly, some interventions in the ESP are not clearly articulated or targeted, which makes it difficult to monitor them. For instance, interventions towards the coffee subsector and the sugar belt do not have critical information on specific KPIs, which is responsible, and the specific locations where these interventions will be undertaken. Secondly, some of the proposed interventions, Honorable Speaker, such as the livestock offtake program, school infrastructure expansion, and Kazi Mutaani, are not completely new interventions, but a critical review of their impact has not been provided. Thirdly, the BPS has remained silent over the growing level of cause of poverty that has exhibited by the pandemic and how it intends to tackle them. Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed that the BPS has also been prepared at a time when the country is about to breach the legally binding debt ceiling of Kenya shilling 9 trillion. The committee is concerned that given the accelerated pressure for government spending towards election-related outlays, social service delivery, and realization or completion of key flagship projects, the ceiling could soon be breached. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, elevated level of election fever could have also a negative bearing on overall economic performance as investors and economic agents adopt a wait-and-see approach. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted that this is a transitional BPS, which holds great significance. Not only is it the last by the current administration, but it also marks the end of the medium-term plan, that is the MTP3, as well as the sunset period for the Big Four agenda. It is therefore expected that in addition to providing the strategic policy direction to guide the government in preparation of the 2022-2023 budget, the BPS would also provide a comprehensive coverage of key milestones attained, targets missed, and the proposal therein to ensure that the delayed or missed targets are on track even as another administration comes to office. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that although some achievements have been indicated in the BPS, a critical analysis of the performance of key projects is also lacking. It is in the opinion of the committee that the 2022 BPS should have critical review, not only the achievement during the lifetime of the administration, but also the gaps, including a plan on how to ensure that key projects will be finalized. Honorable Speaker, in view of the observation made by the committee, it made a raft of recommendations as contained in the report. However, allow me to draw attention to some of the overarching policy and financial recommendations to the committee, by the committee, sorry. One, that the National Treasury submits a report on the implementation status of the Big Four agenda to Parliament by 31st of March 2022. The report should include information on key milestones achieved, missed targets, and a list of development projects to be completed in the financial year 2022-2023 as prioritized under the Public Investment Management. Two, that the National Treasury should in future prepare the budget policy statement in line with the public debt ceiling. Three, that the National Treasury should expedite the finalization of the proposed medium-term revenue strategy, MTRS, and submit it to the National Assembly by the 30th April 2022. 4, that the National Treasury spearheads an evaluation of the emergency relief cash transfer programs to households affected by drought under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizenry, and Special Programs. The evaluation report to be submitted to Parliament within the next 3 months. That a framework, Honorable Speaker, on the pre-approvals under Article 223 of the Constitution on supplementary budgets be developed by the National Treasury, Controller of Budget, or the Office of the Auditor General, and a report to be submitted to Parliament within 2 months. Honorable Speaker, I have exhaustively dealt with the policy issues. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to briefly delve into the financial recommendations. However, Honorable Speaker, as I had earlier said, we have made a lot of consultations. We have involved the stakeholders, and I know in the due course there will be some amendments that will be moved later on. Honorable Speaker, that once these are approved by this House, these recommendations form the basis of the 2022-2023 budget. Honorable Speaker, I humbly request the honorable members to objectively consider and approve the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget, on the 2022 budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that I really want to thank the members of my committee who have worked tirelessly, sometimes beyond midnight, to work on this document. We have done extensive consultation. Honorable Speaker, we have also dealt with some of the amendments that were brought by my honorable colleagues here, and maybe at the appropriate time, Honorable Speaker, I will be able to give a response on the same. With those remarks, I want to request Honorable Mark Nyamita to second.
Very well. Can we have the Honorable Anita to second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for the elaborate speech on the budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to support, allow me to, first of all, thank my colleagues in the Budget and Appropriations Committee for taking their time. And sometimes we went late into the night, despite that we are in this season of politics and people in the constituency. The attendance was quite okay. We deliberated, we interrogated the departmental committees, all of them. We did have a session with the Treasury. We had a session with the Office of the Auditor General. And of course, we had a session also with the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I just want to urge my colleagues that even as we discuss this thing, we become very objective. For one reason, this is going to be a transition BPS. And that we are aware that inevitably beyond August, we are going to have a new government. And that new government might come with a different manifesto that probably is not in line with this. And we try to make it as broad as possible so that whichever side of the divide wins, they're able to fit within it. One of the critical things, Honorable Speaker, that we then did realize are certain flagship projects within this government. Before we've asked them as a part of the policy recommendation, for example, the DLP program, we have asked them that a total evaluation, the government needs to speak with each other. We realize that the Minister of Education, Minister of ICT and Energy were not speaking from the same wavelength. That Minister of ICT, for example, would request that we buy additional tablets. Minister of Education doesn't have enough trainers. And some schools have, a big chunk of them have the faulty transformers. So, and both of them have allocated resources that don't speak to each other. So we've also asked them to present a report to the House so that before we go into the actual estimates, the different departments can be able to speak to each other. I want to say that from the reports that we got from the departmental committees, Honorable Speaker, there was clearly intense public participation. and it spoke to virtually all the elements has been alluded to by my chair. We also did recommend to Treasury that in future BPSs, they need to restrict themselves so that the figures are restricted within the budget ceiling. But we do hope that when they bring the actual estimates, they will abide by that. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the report on the budget policy statement for the year financial 2022-2023 be as set out in the order paper. And I'm sure members, you have the order paper. Yes, honourable members, we have proposed amendments to the report on the budget policy statement, and I do order that we move to the proposed amendments, and we will start with the amendment by the Leader of Majority.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move. And I would like, because this has not been circulated, I would like to ask members to pay attention. But the papers are being circulated in the meantime. I beg to move that the motion be amended by A, deletion of paragraph B1 and B2 and substitution thereof with the following. 1, approves the national government's budget ceiling for the year 2022-2023 at Kenya shillings 2,075,011 billion, of which, number 1, the executive will be 2,005,910 billion, of which Office of the Auditor General is 6,378 billion, Parliament 50,220 billion, the Judiciary 18,885 billion as already moved. And number B, insertion of the following words immediately after paragraph C, subject to the deletion of paragraph 78 appearing on page 25 of the report and substituting thereof with the following new paragraph. The new 78 to read, the committee is concerned that the BPS had proposed an overall deficit of 846 billion, which has a potential to breach the approved debt ceiling of 9 trillion. The committee therefore urges the National Treasury to amend the debt ceiling to enable them implement the budget as proposed, rationalize expenditure, or implement revenue-enhancing measures, and C, that consequential amendments be effected in the report thereof. Honourable Speaker, the amendment has not been proposed. Shut up. Sit down.
You are telling me to shut up.
Please sit down.
Stupid.
Hey.
Order. Order, members. Order. Honourable members, order. Honourable Ichung'wa, honourable member for Kikuyu. Order in the house. Order. Order as I give direction. Honourable Millie Odhiambo. Order. 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 Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, let me give a direction on this. There are members who are rising on a point of order, but members, let us have the proposed amendment be moved first, then seconded, and then we propose it. Then we can get the point of order. Yes. Order members, order members. Order members. Honorable Leader of Majority, the members who are abstaining, please. The members who are abstaining. Order, you will raise your point of order. Honorable Kimunya. No, Honorable Ichungwa, you are raising a point of order, but I'm making this ruling that let Honorable Kimunya finish moving his proposed amendment. Then, yes, call him the speaker. The speaker. Did I? The speaker never heard that he was being called as. Let me find out whether he's on record. Other the speaker did not hear. Clerk, find out whether. Yes, find out whether he's on record. We cannot assume you are shouting. The speaker will not hear you are shouting. Order members, order members, order members, order. Members, we must follow the procedure of the House. If you keep on shouting, the speaker may not even hear your statement. And for you, of course, I also hear from where I sit, the assumption that I've heard that someone has called the other stupid. A member, but I need to be informed. The speaker must be informed officially. Can I have the member for Limuru? Can I have the member for Limuru? if you are going to inform. Let me get the member for Limuru. The member for Limuru.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order, I was seated here when Honorable Kimunya was moving those amendments. Even before he finished, there was interruption from Honorable Ichung'wah. And Honorable Kimunya, order, let me finish.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
There is something very serious. He has a gun. He has a gun.
Honorable Kanini Kega, are you able to substantiate the same? Then,
Honorable Speaker, let me say it.
Oh, the member for Limuru. Member for Limuru, please. Member for Limuru. Let me get the member for Kanini Kega for the sergeant arms to be able to establish on
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I want to categorically say that Honorable Sankok has a gun. I saw it when he bent. Yes. Why did he run away? It is a fact. I can confirm that, and maybe the sergeant at arms can also confirm. I saw it myself. I know how our guns look like. I know how guns are. And why did they allow him to go out?
The sergeant
I mean, honestly,
has heard me very well. That's a very important.
This is a
point of order. Is a serious issue, but I've already ordered the sergeant at arms to confirm the same. I had already ordered the sergeant at arms to confirm the same, since he's also in the presence of the House.
But he has gone.
Then, very well with that, let us have the member for Limuru.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Ngoja huyo toke hapo.
Madam Speaker, you have destroyed this parliament.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying before, that I was seated here, and as Honorable Kimunya was moving his amendment, and he had not finished. There was interruption from Honorable Ichung'wah, and he asked Honorable Ichung'wah to let him finish. And we had, all of us, Honorable Ichung'wah shouting stupid, calling a honorable member stupid, right in a session that you are presiding over. And this house is a house of decorum. Honorable Speaker, the only thing you can do to maintain the dignity of this house, Honorable Speaker, is to ask him to withdraw and apologize.
Orders. The member for Limuru, you said you had all of you. That was a... That is the member for Limuru who sat next to the Honorable Kimunya. Then now I want to have... I want to give it to the Honorable Ichung'wah. The Honorable Ichung'wah was...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who was on a point?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If you can ask the Honorable TJ, just relax. Honorable Sankok is back and he should be able...
Honorable Ichung'wah, please. Honorable Ichung'wah, please resume your seat as I get the feedback from the sergeant at arms. Sergeant at arms, please, can you clarify that Honorable Sangok does not have a gun in the house? Sergeant at arms, please, can you clarify Sergeant at arms, please, for us to have a... Sergeant at arms, can you make sure that we get the information? Very well, as the sergeant at arms. Confirm whether he has a gun for me.
As for now.
Very well, members. Very well, members have confirmed from the sergeant at arms, officer sergeant at arms, that they never found the Honorable Sangok having had a gun in the house. Members, you are safe. Sergeant at arms, they have confirmed from outside and within the precinct that he did not have a gun. Very well, with that confirmation from within and outside the chamber, I now give the Honorable Ichungwa for you to substantiate, for you to be able to detract, explain. Honorable Ichungwa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, if Honorable Sangok could allow me.
Honorable Sangok, you are out of order. Can you resume your seat? You are out of order. Honorable Sangok, you are out of order.
Honorable Speaker, if you allow me.
Yes, Honorable.
I think the issue raised by the Honorable Kanini Kega is a very serious issue.
Yes.
And Honorable Speaker, I don't want to get into whether or not it was a gun or calipers or a clutch. I think the issue, Honorable Speaker, that should be addressed is whether, as we walk into this chamber at the door, there are sensors. Do they work? There are sergeant at arms. Do they check whether people are armed? Honorable Speaker, I wish to rest that matter at that because it is more serious than shouting at each other. Guns, calipers, and even Honorable Sangok's clutches could also be arms. Honorable Speaker, let me go to a substantive matter that has been raised by the Honorable Mwadhi. Honorable
Yes,
Speaker, if you now allow me,
yes.
if you protect me from the heckling by
You are
Rosa
protected,
Buyu,
Honorable Ichungwa, you are protected.
I will address the issue that I will now address the issue that had been raised by my neighbor, the Honorable Mwadhi.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you know I sought to intervene by pressing my intervention button, and from my seat I sought to stand on a point of order. I caught your eye I caught your eye, Madam Speaker. And as you put on your mask,
How did you catch my eye?
you turned and looked at me, then you took your mask. You know you're wearing spectacles, Madam Speaker. I can tell when you are facing this way or when you are facing that side.
No.
So when you caught my Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kimunya in his place paused. And I repeated, on a point of order, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Kimunya turned to me and told me, shut up. Don't be stupid, wait. Therefore, he was on record, Honorable Speaker. Can I finish? Can I finish, Honorable Speaker?
Let's hear order, members.
You will allow me, you have accused me. I am on the dock, you will allow me to table my defense.
Members,
and I shall be heard. The moment the Honorable Kimunya told me to shut up and don't be stupid, Honorable Speaker, I told him, I have not asked you to stand. I have sought permission from the Speaker, not you. And you cannot tell me I am stupid. I am not your son. That is what I told him. And I want to repeat it on record, Mr. Speaker. I am neither Kimunya's son, neither am I subservient.
Order. Honorable Ichungwa. Honorable Ichungwa. Honorable Ichungwa, did you call him Honorable Ichungwa? Honorable Ichungwa. Honorable Ichungwa, let me hear from Honorable before I get back to you. And my first thing that you must know that you never caught my eye. In fact, you shouted, before I give another member, in fact, you shouted a point of order, and the matter of procedure, we were to allow the Honorable Kimunya move his proposed amendment, be seconded, and then now we can hear your point of order. So at that point, Honorable Ichungwa, I want to hear from one more member because that you, Honorable Emilio Odhiambo. No, then Honorable Leader of Minority, you are on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the dignity of the House. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that the dignity of this House is very important for democracy in this country. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if Honorable Ichungwa, indeed it is true that what he's saying, he heard the Leader of Majority say, the best thing to do was to raise it as a point of order. But you cannot exchange, even the words that he's saying, he uttered to the Majority Leader are unacceptable. The House has its rules, the standing orders, and if you have not been heard, then it has not been heard. If you have been heard like we heard the MP for Kikuyu, then we raise it like Honorable Muadhe has done it, and so the Honorable Member for Kikuyu should do the right thing of apologizing, withdrawing, apologizing, then we proceed.
Very well.
But Madam Speaker, if you don't do that, then the dignity of this House will be compromised. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me get one more that members you had. The Honorable Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, as I see it, this is a House of record. Everything that is said on record is on record. But it's a very serious thing for that type of language and the type of expletive that we have had today. The easiest thing, Madam Speaker, in my mind, is to consult the Hansard and find who said this and who said to who. Once we have done that, Madam Speaker, this time we want to name someone. We want to go through the whole procedure of naming someone, whether he is the member for Kikuyu, or whether he is Majority Leader, or whoever he is, must face the full wrath of this House so that we can maintain the dignity of this house. We don't want jokes. Madam Speaker.
Very well.
Consult the answer.
Very well. As we make a direction, can I have the member for... It's important for me to hear, and please let us not make it as a political. Let me have the member, Honorable Duale. Then...
Madam Speaker, I am a member for Garissa, and I have no. But Madam Speaker, I think we, as the August House, and I'm sure we are on live TV, and the motion before us is so important. It's about the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Madam Chair, because some of us, after Honorable Kimunya moves and second the amendment, we will ask you to rule on serious constitutional issues. So I think it's better we move, we allow Honorable Kimunya to move, and then to second, and then you allow some of us,
All the members, let's hear the Honorable Duale. Yes, Honorable Duale, just a comment, yes.
No, yeah, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think as Honorable TJ said, if you want to name somebody, the procedure is in the standing order. You can even do it tomorrow. But I think, Madam Speaker, guide us so that the amendment is carried. We bring some decorum. We listen to each other. The budget policy statement is a physical framework of the budget. So let's accommodate each other. And Madam Speaker, if you are here and you came to shout, then you are in the wrong place. You are in the wrong place.
Thank you, Honorable Duale. The last one, the Honorable Jeanette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, because we need to operate as a house in a form of decorum, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what Honorable Ishungwa is raising is saying that the majority leader used some unparliamentary words on him, but they are not on record. But his is on record, Madam Speaker. His is on record. No, let me finish. Let me finish. Madam Speaker, the one for Honorable Ishungwa is on record. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot, Madam Speaker, we cannot transact business in an environment that is unruly, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. It is my opinion, Madam Speaker, now that he has refused to apologize and withdraw, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I am requesting you, Madam Speaker, understanding order 108 or 107, he should withdraw from the precinct of Parliament, Madam Speaker. Honorable Ishungwa must leave this house, Madam Speaker. That is the only way we are going to transact business here. He must leave forthwith and escorted by three sergeant-at-arms, by three, not even two, three sergeant-at-arms must escort him. Madam Speaker, if we are to conduct business going forward, because we want to discuss a very serious matter, Madam Speaker, the budget policy statement is a very serious business, Madam Speaker. We cannot conduct it in an environment that is unruly, like what Ishungwa has done today. He must withdraw from the house. He must go. Ishungwa must go. Ishungwa must go. And Ishungwa must go. Ishungwa must go. Ishungwa must go. Ishungwa must go. Yeah, Ishungwa must go. Ishungwa must go.
Honorable members, now Honorable Ishungwa. Honorable Ishungwa, I direct that you withdraw your unparliamentary or Honorable Ishungwa 107.
Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker, I was consulting with the leader of majority. So I didn't hear what you were directing. I was seeking to hear what you were saying.
Having been informed by members especially the member for Limuru, Honorable Ichungwa, for your unparliamentary language, which I also heard from where I am. Please, can you, because we are, can you just withdraw?
Honorable Speaker, you know I'm a man who adheres to procedures and directives. And Honorable Speaker, you know I have listened to what TJ has said and what the leader of minority, who happens to be the leader of the majority within the minority, has said. Honorable Speaker, why I was consulting with the Honorable Kimunya?
Yes.
If you allow me.
All the members,
protect me from the likes of Rosa Buyu who is shouting.
All the members, Honorable, please withdraw and apologize.
Honorable Speaker.
Then we can be able
Honorable
to
Speaker.
Yes.
It's good. I am ready, Honorable Speaker, to adhere to what you're asking. But I need clarity on certain things, Honorable Speaker. Yeah? One, my mic, you had not given me the microphone. Therefore, nothing that was said from where I sit that is unanswered and on record. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as you seek me to withdraw what was uttered from this space around here,
Order, Honorable.
Because I did not have the microphone. The Honorable Kimunya had the microphone. We can confirm from the Hansard, Honorable Chair. We can confirm from the Hansard who said what.
Order.
Because, Honorable Speaker, we cannot.
Honorable Ichungwa. I heard you, myself. Yes. Honorable Ichungwa, you are even shouting points of order. And I was giving you the direction that we finish. Since there was not anything out of order, it's only Honorable Kimunya who was moving his proposed amendment. Then, as a matter of procedure, you could not have risen on a point of order on his proposed amendment. So, Honorable Ichungwa, for us to be able to move, because I had to please withdraw, just do the necessary, withdraw and apologize, and we move on, because you also have an appointment, yes.
Honorable Speaker, why I was seeking your guidance, Honorable Speaker, because this is
Honorable Ichungwa, you are wasting more time.
Honorable Speaker,
on standing order number 107B.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. Order. Honorable Ichungwa, you also have your proposed amendment.
The shouting, I can't even hear what you're saying, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sankok. In fact, I'm going to rule you out of order. Do the
the shouting is too much.
Honorable Ichungwa, please carry on. Order, members. Can we have Honorable Ichungwa have the floor?
Honorable Speaker, I was saying, even as you seek to direct that I withdraw, Honorable Speaker, we must, you are obligated, Honorable Speaker, as a person on the seat, to make sure that your decisions are guided by what is on record, not by the shouting by members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, you are obligated, and I wanted to request, Honorable Speaker, even as you seek, I can withdraw because you have directed so. And because if you direct and I do not withdraw, you have the right to take any other action. However, Madam Speaker, as you seek to do that, your decisions as a chair cannot be guided by shouting of members. It must be guided by what is on record, unanswered, but not what is being shouted here, Honorable Speaker. Because I am
Honorable Ichungwa, you are protected. Honorable Ichungwa, you are protected. Honorable Ichungwa, please do the necessary. The Speaker cannot be guided and will never be guided by noises. Honorable Yes.
Honorable Speaker,
Give it.
Honorable Speaker, I was telling you, Honorable Speaker, if members can listen to me, because
they are listening to you. Honorable Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, what I was saying, when I was conferring with Honorable Kimunya, as you gave your directive, I was conferring with Honorable Kimunya because his mic was on. Get the Hansard. Get the Hansard. If you get the Hansard and it is there, I will apologize. Madam Speaker, get the Hansard. If you get the Hansard, I will apologize.
Order, Honorable Ichungwa now. If you don't, Honorable Ichungwa, I've given you the time. Please, for you to withdraw and apologize. I saw you consulting the Honorable Kimunya. If you are not ready to do that, please, I proceed. Give the Honorable Ichungwa the mic.
Honorable Speaker, for the sake of moving on, Honorable Speaker, and in the absence of the Hansard, and for the sake of this assembly, and for the sake of moving on, not because I am guilty of anything, I withdraw.
Please, Honorable Ichungwa, just be
what is purported to have been said. I withdraw and apologize. What is purported to have been said? What is purported to have been said that is not on Hansard, Honorable Speaker, but for the sake of proceeding.
Order members. Honorable Ichungwa, you are on record withdrawing and apologizing to Honorable Kimunya. So with that, otherwise I can see you are aware of the standing orders. So honorable members, let us have. Not as have honorable member, that's the leader of majority, finish moving his amendment. Honorable Junet, Honorable Junet.
Madam Speaker, wait. Madam Speaker, Ichungwa, listen, madam. Madam Speaker, the way, Madam Speaker, the procedure of apologizing and withdrawing is very well stipulated in standing orders, Madam Speaker. When a member is on the wrong side, he just needs to stand up and say, I withdraw and apologize. But not issue a statement like what Honorable Kimunya has, what Honorable Ichungwa has done. Ichungwa has issued a statement here, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
This man must withdraw from the chamber, Madam Speaker.
You are also, now Honorable Junet, you also talking. Honorable members, it is on record that the Honorable Ichungwa has withdrawn and apologized to Honorable Kimunya. Otherwise, if he never did so, we would have followed our own standing orders and did the necessary. So, honorable members, give time and let us have the Honorable Kimunya finish moving his proposed amendments. And members, it must be heard. Let us listen to the proposed amendment being moved by the
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker, I do hope members will remember what I moved, because that interruption was meant to do exactly what it has done, to sort of kind of throw things off and
let us move, Honorable Kimunya, just move your...
Honorable Speaker, the reason for this amendment is, as members will be aware, the Budget Committee had looked at the debt ceiling and the projections and had recommended that the BPS should be reduced in terms of figures so that the BPS the figures in the BPS do not exceed the debt ceiling. Honorable Speaker, we are dealing here with the broader policy statement, not the financial estimates. And those two have a totally different treatment when it comes to impact on the debt ceiling. The issue, Honorable Speaker, may be protected from... some loud consultations.
You are protect members, please.
We are dealing with a very serious matter. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, the issue here is that this is a transitional budget, which is different from the normal budgets. There will be a new administration coming in after the next elections. And at that point, that new government will need to have the leeway to adjust their budget to accord with their priorities. And hence, if we were to limit the incoming administration through curtailing on the BPS, it means we have not only, we will have reduced the legroom available for them to even implement their budget by 400 billion. So this issue here of the BPS and its impact, I think there are people who have been going around and saying, if we approve the budget policy statement as it is, we will indirectly be approving an increase in the debt ceiling through the back door. That can never be the situation, because the two are totally different. Now, the BPS, it's important to know, once we approve this BPS, it's binding on just not this government, but on the future government until the next BPS is approved. There is no room for a supplementary BPS. Whereas when it comes to the estimates, we will now be able to look at the estimates and say, those estimates, to what extent do they go beyond the debt ceiling? And at that point, Parliament can now be able to pronounce itself, because that can be amended later through supplementaries. But there's no supplementary BPS. And Honorable Speaker, the issue here is, let's give Treasury what they proposed, remembering that even last year, this same House approved the medium-term expenditure framework for the year 2020-21, 2021-22, 22-23, 23-24. And these figures were there. So we cannot then come and then curtail at this point. So, Honorable Speaker, we've also taken into account that this matter is also highlighted within the report. So, Madam Speaker, I really don't want to belabor this point. I know there are people who may not appreciate what we are doing. But I'm talking from a point of knowledge. I understand this matter relatively well, and hence I would ask this House to allow that we make this amendment to go through, so that we can now debate the BPS as it was. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I would ask the Honorable John Buddy, LCPA John Buddy, to second.
Honorable John Buddy for seconding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear first. It must be observed that I'm a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I have to apologize first that when the committee was considering this matter, because of other commitments, I was not able to be in the committee meetings. But I want to second this amendment by saying the following. I think, members, we need to understand the difference between budget policy statement and the budget estimates. The budget policy statement is purely a statement of intent by the government to carry out certain policy issues and certain programs and projections and indication of how much is likely to go to the counties and how much would remain at the national government level. As to the actuals of financing and the details of borrowings and the details of revenue collections and projections, that will be dealt with at the level when we are dealing with budget estimates. So you cannot say at this point, because you have an intention of spending so much, that you are already violating the law. No, far from it. The violation will only come when Parliament approves expenditure in excess of what can be financed. Then that becomes a violation. So I think, Madam Speaker, we are splitting hairs about nothing. Actually, what I see is grandstanding. I see people trying to play politics with saying that now we cannot go beyond 9 trillion. The truth is, we are on budget policy. This is a budget policy level. We are not at the level where we are dealing with actual figures and amounts, where now we would be saying we have approved.
Order members, order members, order members.
And by the way, Madam Speaker, out of experience,
in low tones, order members. Very well.
Because I know some members will come here and start playing politics with this thing. I want to just speak to the people of Kenya that we are at the budget policy stage. And by the way, you cannot just come and say we are cutting the budget with 400 billion. You must clearly spell out which budget lines, which programs are you reducing. The entire development budget in our estimates is about 370 billion, Madam Speaker. So if you are saying you are reducing budget by 400 billion, which lines are you going to cut? So let us not play populist politics. Let us accept that this is budget policy statement. When we come to budget estimates, Madam Speaker, now we will deal with the actual figures and numbers. And Madam Speaker, my last comment. I don't know why Kenyans have put so much premium on budget ceiling. Budget ceiling is nothing. Parliament should be looking at how much we are borrowing every year. Budget ceiling is an indication. You can even put it at 50 trillion. You don't have to hit the 50 trillion. You can only hit 50 trillion if you have decided as a house to borrow so much if you think you have the ability to pay. What has been hitting us and what has failed this country is where we borrow money and we don't use that money for productive purposes. That is where the problem is. Let us not play politics with budget ceiling. Budget ceiling, everybody is talking about budget ceiling, even those who have never known what budget ceiling means. I see people talk about budget ceiling. You have increased budget ceiling. What is the problem with budget ceiling? If you ask me, I would even put it as 15 billion, trillion or 20 trillion. Then deal with actual figures every financial year so that we don't overborrow. Madam Speaker, that is my comment. I want to second and urge that members, we approve this very quickly. We want to move fast and finish with budget policy statement. We go to other more important assignments for this nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Order members, order members. I propose the question, which is that the motion on the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023 be amended as proposed by the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Kimunya. Let me, honourable members, for those who want to be on intervention, please can you remove your cards on intervention because I'm not able to tell who is on intervention. Let me have the, first of all, let me have the chairperson budget. The chairman budget committee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the matter came before my committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and under Article 114 of the Constitution, the matter was considered, Honourable Speaker, and I want to confirm to this committee, to this House, Honourable Speaker, we canvassed about the issue, we interacted with Treasury, and we passed the amendments from the Leader of Majority. That is the confirmation that I'm giving, Honourable Speaker.
Then there is a, let me hear, there is an, honourable members, can you remove your, I can see Honourable Duale shout, not shouting, speaking from where? Members, please remove your cards from intervention. I start with Honourable Ichungwa, who was, yes?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Sankok, please remove your card from intervention. Because some members are not able to be seen from the intervention. Yes, Honourable Ichungwa.
I think, Honourable Speaker, if the clerk can guide you from somewhere, you don't block the view. Honourable Speaker, I was rising on a point of order.
Honourable Ichungwa, you have the floor.
Yes, Honourable. I was seeking your attention, Honourable Speaker, because I need your guidance. That's why I sought your attention. away from the clerk. Honorable Speaker, I was rising on a point of order even before the other issues that came up. And why I had sought your intervention, Honorable Speaker, is because if you read the import of this particular amendment by the Honorable Kimunya, the member for Kipipiri, this amendment is in a very substantive way amending the committee's report on page 25, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember I had sought to ask when the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee indicated that he had a report to the issues, the amendments that had gone before the committee. I raised the issue, procedurally, Honorable Speaker, as to whether if there is a report on the amendments that had been proposed, there ought to be a report from the Budget and Appropriations Committee so that we may be able to benefit from the engagement of the committee. What has been circulated, Honorable Speaker, you can see on the order paper, this particular amendment was not there. Unlike mine, the Honorable Owen Byers and Honorable Sosions that were in the order paper, and the Honorable Duales, this particular amendment by the Honorable Kimunya was not there. This amendment, Honorable Speaker, on part 1, Honorable Speaker, and if you listen to me, part 1, Honorable Speaker, seeks to amend what is being approved as the national government ceiling to 2,075 billion. And Honorable Speaker, it then goes to stipulate what goes to the executive, what goes to the judiciary, the Auditor General, and Parliament. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the figures in the report, it is the executive's budget that is going up, the ceiling that is going up by almost 400 and something billion to 2 trillion shillings, Honorable Speaker. If you read my amendment as it is on the order paper, Honorable Speaker, I was also seeking to amend the budget ceiling.
We'll come to your amendment. We will come to your amendment.
Why, Honorable Speaker, don't you allow me to finish what I'm saying so that you're able to make an informed decision? Because I am seeking your guidance, because the import, it could be that the import of this particular amendment, Speaker, if you listen to me, and Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that you lend me your ear, listen to me, and make a determination, Honorable Speaker. I am not directing you what to do.
Honorable the import of this particular... We'll still come to your amendment. I'll give time for your amendment. Please prosecute.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I am serving my second term, the tail end of my second term. I have been chair of a budget committee. I know the import of this particular amendment, Honorable Speaker, and that's what I sought, so that you guide the House. Because the import of this particular amendment is that then what you're promising me will be possible to do will not be possible. Because I was amending the figures as they are in the report of the committee. Honorable Speaker, if then I cannot amend,
Honorable Ichungwa, just carry on.
Honorable Speaker, I was telling you, if for instance, Honorable Kimunya's amendment were to pass, it substantially changes what was in the committee's report. And therefore, any amendment that be anchored on the committee's report, Honorable Speaker, then naturally dies. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the guidance I sought,
Okay.
Let me finish, because I have not come to what I wanted to make a determination on, Speaker.
I'll do it very fast.
The guidance I sought.
Come to you, yes.
One, Honorable Speaker. And I think it's only fair, Honorable Speaker, that you allow me time. Because I am speaking representing the people of Kikuyu and the people of Kenya. And budget matters for me are very dear. Honorable Speaker, the two issues I want you to determine are as follows. One, if the Honorable Kimunya's amendment were to pass, where does the amendment that I have proposed and that the Honorable Duale has proposed on that particular seat? Two, Honorable Speaker. Two, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, now on a procedural matter, Honorable Speaker, if you are to propose amendments, especially on money bill matters, it is procedural that they go through the Budget and Appropriations Committee. The chair has confirmed that that matter has gone through. We have no report from the Budget Committee. 2, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the shouting by the Leader of Majority. He's at it again, then you will force me to apologize, Honorable Speaker. Is this fair? The Leader of Majority is shouting at me.
Order members, order members, order members, order please. Let us make progress. Order members, please, Honorable Ichung'wah, you have 1 or 2 minutes.
In 1 minute, that's why.
Yes, please, in
Speaker,
1 minute.
that is why I was seeking your protection.
Yes,
because if I'm trying to get to you,
yes,
the Leader of Majority is shouting at me, and someone else is interrupting you there.
Can you concentrate?
Honorable Speaker, let me say this.
Yes.
If the second thing was on a procedural issue, ideally, Honorable Speaker, every member of this House is given a fair and equal opportunity to propose amendments to any report or any bill that is before this House. If then this amendment is there, Honorable Speaker, and members have not been given the opportunity to propose amendments on the basis of the new figures, then, Honorable Speaker, then it's in my considered view, Honorable Speaker, what we are doing is unprocedural, it is wrong, and Honorable Speaker, it is only fair that if such an amendment that is so substantive in nature is to be passed, then members must be allowed the opportunity to also propose new amendments based on this.
Your minute is over, please. I want to make a minute of that. Very well. Very well. Thank you. Very well. I am very fair. Other members know nothing is out of. I'm very fair. I am very fair, Honorable Ichung'wah. Honorable Ichung'wah, you raised the issue of the committee. I can confirm that even before the Speaker made his ruling, which we were in the House, approving amendments and disapproving other parts of the amendment, including yours, Honorable Ichung'wah, the report had already, the report from the Budget Committee, which is signed on the proposed amendment, and I can confirm it is here signed by the committee. Then then the Honorable Speaker Leader made yes, the Speaker made his statement, and it is approved. You can confirm. So with that, Honorable Kanini Kega, you maybe Honorable Kanini Kega. And Honorable Ndwele, you're on point. Let me hear Honorable Ndwele, then I put the question.
No.
Honorable Ndwele, and then I.
Madam Speaker, I want you to listen to me. The substantive chair for this session. And I want to go on the Hansard, and I want the members of the Budget Committee and the rest of the House to listen to me. Madam Chair.
Honorable Ndwele, please prosecute your
Madam Chair, you need to protect me. I want to say my bit.
You are protected. Prosecute your point of order.
Madam Chair,
or your contributions so that
this
I can
House,
give
the Budget Committee tabled a report of this House last week. The amendment before this House by the Leader of Majority, and more specifically, Madam Chair, paragraph B of his amendment, and I want you to listen to me, is basically unlawful, unconstitutional, and my reason is this, Madam Chair. That amendment is saying, and I want to ask this House, how does the National Assembly, well, that's what that amendment is doing, how does the National Assembly ask the National Treasury to amend the debt ceiling, which is a statutory function, Madam Chair? You can shake your hand, but I'm sure the Speaker is watching me, the Budget Office is looking at me. Madam Chair, this amendment of Honorable Kimunya is opening the ceiling of 9 trillion passed by this House by about 200 billion. And I'm telling you, the people of Kenya are listening to me. This House should not open the debt ceiling through the back door, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is an approval. It's not even a function of this House alone. It's a function of both houses. Madam Speaker, I want you to critically, and you will be remembered, critically look at that ceiling outside the law, outside the PFM Act. Madam Speaker, and I want to go on record that this is unacceptable and you need to stop it until you give a communication, you or the Speaker, substantive Speaker. I have not, finally, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dwale,
Madam Speaker, finally, I want to speak to my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader. I want to speak to him.
No, you cannot address him.
Okay, I want to address you.
You cannot.
I want to address you through.
You cannot address the leader of majority.
Madam Speaker.
Make your contribution, and please, you have 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a member for Garissa Town, I am entitled and you cannot gag me. Let me go on record. You cannot gag me. What I am raising is a matter of constitutionality. You cannot gag me.
Honorable Dwale is on the floor. I will still give you members, and then I think from there we'll move a bit
Then
faster.
they better listen to me. Madam Chair, I took an oath to protect the Constitution and other legal framework passed by this House. Madam Chair, this amendment, Section B, and Kenyans will remember me. And I want you to rule on it before even you put the question. Section B, consult with the Budget Office technical team who are sitting at next on your left or on the right. This is unconstitutional. This House should not agree. We cannot surpass the ceiling. And I say this cannot continue. And you cannot take me.
Order members. I'm sure most of the members who are in this House when Speaker made a ruling. Your minutes are over, I can see. Let me, Honorable. No, you were making contribution or you were on point of order? Let me have the point of order from... Just give him Dwale 1 minute. He says 1 minute. Just give him 1 minute. Then we come to Honorable Junet.
And Madam Speaker, if you people don't want us to raise issues that we took the Quran for,
please then, just make your point.
Then stop us at the door of the chamber. But I have come in here. I have asked you for your guidance. This House this evening wants to approve and open the debt ceiling, ask for more borrowing outside the law section. Outside the law, Constitution, Article 211, and the PFM Act, Section 50, Section 2.
This is a house of debate. Let me, before Honorable Junet, let me have the Honorable Leader of Minority, then Junet, please.
Madam Speaker, what Honorable Dwale has raised, Madam Speaker, how I wish my friend Dwale would listen to me as well. I actually listened to him carefully, and Madam Speaker,
Honorable, I'm listening. Is your point of order? Is it a point of order because you had already contributed, Honorable Leader? Or is a point of order? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm actually rising on a point of order. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Dwale should not be an alarmist. Madam Speaker, Honorable Dwale has been leader of majority in this House. We have changed, amended debt ceilings in this House. We have never done it through BPS. You can never amend debt ceiling or change debt ceiling of the Republic of Kenya through budget policy statement. This is budget policy statement, and Honorable Dwale, I know you are playing politics, but that is not how to do politics.
Okay, Honorable.
Please be factual.
Okay, that's okay. Let me the last one. Honorable Junet. Give it, Honorable, on a point of order. You have been heard. You have been heard. Order members.
Madam Speaker, can you protect me? Can you protect me, Madam Speaker?
You are protected. You are protected.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Leader of Minority, you are already contributing. Yes. Honorable Leader of Minority, can we listen to Honorable Junet?
Shungwa, what we are discussing is the budget policy statement. Madam Speaker, we are not discussing the estimates. We are discussing a statement of intent by the Treasury on how they want to prepare the budget. Madam Speaker, what Honorable Dwale is doing this afternoon is what is called political posturing. He is addressing the gallery. He's not addressing the substantial issues that we are discussing in this House. Madam Speaker, we need to understand that the budget policy statement has got nothing to do with the debt ceiling, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the procedure of increasing the debt ceiling is known. As he said, is a statutory requirement. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know when Duale lost his knowledge of running this House after losing or stopping being the majority leader. Madam Speaker, what we are discussing is the budget policy statement. Put a question, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Order members, order members, order members. Order members, before I put the question. Order members. Now, with that, the House will take a vote on the same. The Speaker does not have a vote. Order. Order. The members who are upstanding. Order members. Order. Order, order, order. I put the question. Order members, order members, order members. Before I put the question. Order members. I am giving a guidance. I am giving a guidance before put the question. Order members, I want to reply to Honorable Duale for guidance before I put the question.
Speaker, allow us to debate. Speaker, allow the question. Allow debate. Put the question. Allow debate. Put the question.
Order members, can you resume your seats? I will not be ordered, I will not be guided by any member. Please, order members. Honorable Duale stood on a point of order, and we are giving direction. We are giving direction. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honor, please, all of you, can you resume your seat? All members. All members. All members. All members to resume their seats. All members. Order members, order members, order members, order members. Please, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Millie Odhiambo. Can you resume your seat, Honorable Millie Odhiambo? Can you resume your seat, Honorable members? No, Honorable no, Millie Odhiambo. No one is harassing the Speaker. Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Please, members, can you go to your seats? Honorable members, resume your seats. The Speaker will make a determination. The two members agree on a point of order. Honorable members. members, order members. As I said, the issue that had been raised by Honorable Duale before I put the question, and the members who were in the house when the speaker was making his ruling, he approved some amendments and disapproved others. It is in record that the committee report has been approved by the speaker. So, for that matter, the House will take a vote on this, the Speaker. And I therefore move to put the question, which is that the proposed members, I put the question, which is that this House adopts the proposed amendment by the Honorable Leader of Majority. As many as are there, if you say aye. And as many as of a contrary opinion say nay. Honourable members, the ayes have it. There is, I need to confirm that we have the numbers for division. Clerk, please confirm the numbers for division. Order members from the clerk, I have confirmed that we have no numbers for division. Order members, can we have the Honorable Ichungwa? Can we have the Honorable Ichungwa move his proposed amendment? Honorable Ichungwa to move his proposed amendment. Order members, let us have some decorum. Order members, order members. Honorable Ichungwa, you have a proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa,
Honorable Speaker, is only that my view is blocked, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Chungwa, please, you must be.
Honorable Speaker, I can't even see you. Honorable Speaker.
Order members.
Between the Speaker and the...
Honorable Speaker, if you could ask the people between me and you to allow me a direct view of you.
No, I can see you. And you can see I even have extra eyes. I can see you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
As I move my amendment. Honorable Speaker, it must be on record that the numbers required for division have been attained. And if you count, and Honorable Speaker, the numbers available for division are available. You cannot act against House procedures. You are destroying this House, Madam Speaker. Allow division, even if you are 21 people, allow Kenyans to see who is it that voted for an illegal expansion of the debt ceiling and who are those who supported. But you cannot force me, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have to listen to us. Madam Speaker, the members who are upstanding are more than the number required for division. Therefore, you cannot be asking me to move to the next order, the next amendment, yet we call for division, and you have declined to offer us that division. Allow division, then we proceed to the next amendment.
Are you ready to move your amendment?
Madam Speaker.
You have the floor to move your amendment.
Madam Speaker, how do I move an amendment, Honorable Speaker, if members cannot even be allowed to vote on amendment? We are being denied the opportunity to debate. This is a house of debate. You cannot extend the dictatorship from State House to this house. We will not allow you.
That you do not want to move your proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa, please move your proposed amendment. Please move your proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa, please move your proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa, please move your proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa, you have the floor to move your proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa, please move your proposed amendment. Otherwise, I will assume that you are not ready and I'll move to the next. If you are not ready to move, Honorable Junet, please, you cannot guide the speaker. Honorable Ichungwa, we already passed this. Please, can you move your proposed amendment? Otherwise, I will drop it. At least I've given you a lot of time.
Honorable Speaker.
I have listened to you and I've been very, very fair.
Honorable Speaker.
There you are.
Honorable Speaker.
Please move your proposed amendment.
Honorable Speaker, I need your protection and your assurance that if I move an amendment, it will be subjected to debate enforcing. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker,
Chungwa, please move your amendment.
The earlier amendment we have not voted on.
Members to debate.
Honorable Speaker, you are destroying the House. You are destroying the House, Honorable Speaker.
Please, you are
destroying the House.
Your proposed amendment. Honorable Chungwa, do I assume that you are not ready to move your proposed amendment? Give him the mic. Give Honorable Chungwa the mic to move his proposed amendment.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chungwa Kimani.
Honorable Speaker, I can hear you.
Who has a proposed amendment?
Honorable Speaker,
please,
my amendment.
I beg that you move your proposed amendment. The members are here. Listen. Honorable Millie, please. You must listen to Honorable Chungwa. Please move your proposed amendment.
Honorable Speaker.
And he's moving his proposed amendment. He cannot be interrupted.
Honorable Speaker, I sought your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chungwa, we are past that.
We are not, Honorable Speaker. I sought your guidance.
I don't think whether you are in the House. I don't think whether you are in the House. Please move your proposed amendment. It is seconded, and I will open the House for debates. I will open the proposed amendment when it becomes an asset of the House. That is after you move seconded and is proposed. Honorable Chungwa, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. I said I am ready to move the amendment. But Honorable Speaker, it is pointless to move amendments that are not being debated. It is more pointless, Honorable Speaker, for you to call a vote.
Very well, Honorable Chungwa.
Allow me to finish what I am saying, Honorable Speaker.
You are not ready to move your proposed amendment.
I am ready. You are interrupting me.
Please move your amendment. Please move your amendment.
The amendment, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable.
Protect me from Millie Odhiambo.
You are protected. Please move. Otherwise, I'll go to the next member.
Honorable Speaker. Please. We have been threatened before. You will not threaten me in this House.
Ichungwa,
you will not.
You know the process. You are not
me.
ready to move your amendment, and your amendment, it's dropped. Please let me go to the next member. Members, I must also teach you. You must also follow the procedures of the House. Next, the Honorable Bowen. The Honorable Bowen, you have the amendment. Please move your proposed amendment. Honorable Bowen.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Bowen.
Madam Speaker, I'm ready to move my amendments, Madam Speaker. But I also want to get assurance that my amendments will go to debate.
Honorable Owen, please move your proposed amendment.
I am ready. I am very ready.
Very well.
Madam Speaker, I am very ready to move my amendment.
Just move your amendment.
All right. I want to move my amendment, Madam
Very well.
Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move amendments.
Honorable Junet, please can you resume your seat? Keep
I am being threatened here by Honorable Junet.
Owen MP, time to move his proposal. You are protected. Please move your amendment.
Please protect me from Honorable Junet.
Honorable Millie, nothing is out of order. Honorable Baya, please move your amendment.
Protect me.
You are protected. You are protected.
Madam Speaker,
please move it.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move my amendments by saying that we would like to that adequate resources be provided under the State Department for crops development and agricultural research provides for subsidies on fertilizers so as to reduce the price of purchasing fertilizers from current Kenya shillings 6,000 to Kenya shillings 2,500. This should be financed by reallocation within the State Department. I would like to deal with that amendment first, Madam Speaker, then go to the other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Baya, you were in the House early. Maybe before you go, you have only one amendment. You were here when the Speaker was making.
No, there are two, Madam Speaker. Two.
One was approved.
I have 3 amendments. 2 are there, Madam Speaker. 2 amendments. I have 2 amendments.
Move the one that has been approved by the Speaker first.
Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is this, that the cost of production of food in this country is very high. and this is caused because of high farm inputs. Madam Speaker, what we need to do is to cushion farmers by ensuring that we reduce the cost of fertilizer in this country.
Honorable Mbaya,
I'm
just
moving.
Move your amendment. The
I'm
first
moving
one,
my amendment.
as per the order paper.
I'm moving the first amendment which was approved, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please
Why, Madam Speaker, you have this penchant of interfering, Madam Speaker?
Honorable Mbaya.
What has happened to you today?
Honorable
Where is your
Mbaya.
objectivity, Madam?
Honorable Mbaya, I'm guiding you on procedure. Move your proposed amendment as per the order paper.
Yes, I have
read
moved.
Read it out.
I have read, Madam Speaker.
Read it out.
I have read that adequate resources be provided under the State Department for Crops Development and Agricultural Research to provide for subsidies of fertilizers so as to reduce the price of purchasing fertilizers from the current Kenyan shilling 6,000 to 2,500.
That is
this should
part
be
one.
financed. What's up, Madam Speaker?
That is part one.
Yes.
Okay.
That this
that
should
is
be
all.
financed by reallocation within the State Department budget.
Very well.
Yes.
So that is what now you are. Yes.
Yes.
Very well.
Can I make my contribution?
Yes. You can. But you know the procedure.
Yes.
You have already moved. Now just move. Contribute on your amendment.
But that's what I was doing, Madam Speaker. You took me back.
Yes. Now because you had said you had 3, some had been dropped. Please
Yes.
move that part only now.
I have moved. I
debate
moved.
on that if you want to
Okay.
debate. Or
Now
you
can-
call your seconder.
Can I call my somebody to second?
If you're okay with that, yes, you can call your second.
I would like to call the Honorable Ichungwa to second.
Then Honorable Ichungwa to second the proposed amendment by the Honorable Owen Baya. That is the first one.
Honorable Speaker, as I rise to second the Honorable Owen Baya's amendment, the member for Kilifi North, I must also take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to record my disappointment and displeasure with the turn of events, because this is a house of debate, Honorable Speaker. We come here to debate and make decisions on the basis of a vote, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ichungwa, you are second. Very well.
Honorable Speaker, I will beg that you also allow me.
Honorable Duale. Honorable Duale, please resume your seat so that Honorable Ichungwa can have his time to second.
Honorable Speaker, if you can also desist, Honorable Speaker, from interruptions.
You are protected, Ichungwa. Please second.
Honorable Speaker, you see the house was very noisy. The time you're asking me to second Honorable Owen Baya's amendment.
Yes.
And I was saying, even as I second this amendment, because it is a very good amendment. You will remember, Honorable Speaker, a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, the prices of fertilizer were in the region of 2,500 shillings. The prices of fertilizer inputs, farm inputs, and they determine the cost of food in the country. Honorable Speaker, fertilizer prices today are in the region of 6,000 shillings to 6,500 shillings. Something that is very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, for this country. Farmers are being forced to buy these inputs at expensive prices, and that cost has trickled down to the consumers in food items, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the shouting by Millie.
You are protected. Please carry on.
Honorable Speaker, the food prices that you see Kenyans complaining about, Honorable Speaker, are as a result of policies that we pass in the budget policy statement. Why, Honorable Speaker, I took exception to your decision to disallow division is because we want an opportunity for Kenyans to see who is it that is supporting increment of food items, who are opposing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must protect, and I want to ask you, Speaker, you being the chair and the substantive speaker seated there today, you must be in the forefront of protecting this house.
Chungwa, now please be relevant. There is a point of order by Honorable Millie. Millie, what is out of order?
Thank you.
Point of order, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's very wrong when we keep saying the wrong things and letting them go on record on the floor of this House. When you called on members when they to vote, and the days didn't have it, they were supposed to stand on their feet using the standing orders. 30 people. They were not 30 people, 20 people. They were not even 20 people. Madam Speaker, they were not even 20 people. They have since been calling others to come and run in because they... No, Madam Speaker, let me...
No, with that, Honorable Millie, please, Honorable Millie, I thought this. So there is nothing out of order on that, Honorable Millie. Please let him finish seconding. No, it will become an asset. Honorable Millie, this will become an asset when I have already proposed. So there is nothing out of order. Honorable Chungwa, please just complete.
I hope I will recover the 2 minutes that the Honorable Millie has taken. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the cost of food items, Honorable Speaker, is largely dictated by the inputs that go into... I see another point of order from Jeanette.
No, please, I want to propose first because there is no procedural issue.
Chair,
Honorable Speaker. Can Honorable Ichungwa be protected? Honorable Duale, may I see Honorable Ichungwa? Yes, Honorable Ichungwa, please.
You know, Honorable Speaker, there are too many interruptions from the other side. And Honorable Speaker, you may understand why all those interruptions are coming. But I was saying the cost of food items, Honorable Speaker, are dictated by the policies that we pass in this House, Honorable Speaker. Part of the policies that we are passing today, Honorable Speaker, including the amendment that has just been passed illegally, Honorable Speaker, it is to expand our debt ceiling illegally, Honorable Speaker. The more we borrow, Honorable Speaker, the more expensive life becomes for Kenyans. Because even the cost of borrowing for our farmers that the Honorable Owen Bayer seeks to protect will become very expensive for farmers to be able to access credit. Because the illegal extension of the debt ceiling that we are doing today, Honorable Speaker, and I want to be on record, to agreeing with what the Honorable Duale has said, by passage of this particular amendment that we have passed, we have literally opened up the debt ceiling illegally. Honorable Speaker.
There's Honorable Ichungwa.
I thought you said you are protecting me.
Yeah, you are protected. Please let him finish and then I will give you time to debate on it. Honorable Ichungwa, carry on.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying the illegal expansion of the debt ceiling. If you read the committee's report, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Junet, you'll be the first one to speak to this when it becomes an asset of the House.
Honorable Speaker,
it's a house of debate.
Honorable Speaker, if you read the committee's recommendations, Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, well guided by the Parliamentary Budget Office, set to put a cap on the budget deficit at 400 billion or 3% of our GDP. Because that 400 billion is the fiscal space that this country enjoys within the 9 trillion shillings debt ceiling that we have put. What we have done, Honorable Speaker, with the passage of 846 billion, we have literally expanded the debt ceiling illegally and procedurally and without regulations coming to this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Bayer, his amendment seeks to apportion money to the Ministry of Agriculture, Honorable Speaker, to ensure... Can you protect me, Honorable Speaker?
You are protected. You are second, just 1 minute.
The amendment, Honorable Speaker, I listened to His Excellency the President yesterday, speaking in Sagana in my vernacular language. And he asserted that agriculture had become better in the last 1.5 years. Honorable Speaker, if there is a greater lie to the people of Kenya, was that lie?
Honorable Junet, I can see you on a point of order because now, and I'm sure it's relevance. Honorable Junet, now with that one, so that I propose the question.
Madam Speaker, I must start first by taking exception, Madam Speaker, with the amount of time you have given to Honorable Chungwa to lecture us in this House, Madam Speaker, like small children. We are not students of Honorable Ichungwa, Madam Speaker.
No,
but secondly, Mr. Speaker, and more fundamentally, Madam Speaker,
What is
He
out
has
of
just
order?
said here
No,
that we are increasing the debt ceiling.
No,
Madam Speaker, we are not
Junet, no, Honorable Junet, you'll have time to debate on this. Please, Honorable Chungwa, finish. I propose the question, and then it becomes.
Honorable Speaker, if you protect me, it's good to know that there are time limits set at the clerk's table, and I'm within my time. Honorable Speaker, Junet says I am not his student,
You have 1
but you know he has no capacity even to learn some of the things that I am talking about. Honorable Speaker, the fertilizer prices, and I was saying the lies in Sagana yesterday. Agriculture in Kenya has become more expensive. Agriculture in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, has become expensive because of the cost of fertilizer. And we must pass laws in this house that makes agriculture cheaper, more accessible to our people, including our young people. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chungwa, members, you must learn relevance, and your time I can see is even up. I propose the question, then I can open the floor now for members to debate. I propose the question, which is that the proposed amendment, Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the motion, the BPS, be further amended, proposed by the Honorable Baya MP. Then I give the first one to Honorable Junet.
Madam Speaker, I stand to oppose that amendment, Madam Speaker. The proposed amendment has no relevance completely with the budget policy statement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the secondment of Honorable Chungwa was just doing political posturing. He has not even told us the import of the amendment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the prices of fertilizer is a global phenomenon, Madam Speaker. And in this country, we know the person who has ruined the importation of fertilizer, Madam Speaker, is none other than the Deputy President, William Ruto, Madam Speaker, when he was the Minister for Agriculture, Madam Speaker. He is the one who messed the agricultural sector of this country, Madam Speaker. That even Honorable Chungwa knows, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us not dig graves here, Madam Speaker. Let us not dig graves this afternoon in this house, Madam Speaker. We know the mess the agricultural sector is facing in this country was done by none other than the former Minister of Agriculture, Honorable William Ruto, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, now Tanga is trying to posture in this house today to claim that they want to reduce the price of fuel, the price of fertilizer, the price of food, when it is themselves who created the problems Kenyans are suffering from today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chungwa has been the chair of the Budget Committee for the last 7 years, Madam Speaker. Why did he not bring any amendment to make the life of the people of this country better, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, let us not spread lies on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker. Let us not use the floor of the House to do political posturing. We can do it in rallies, we can do it in burials, we can do it elsewhere, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something, let me say something. Madam Speaker, this amendment is meant for politics only. It has nothing to do with Kenyans, Madam Speaker. We are going to reject it, and we will come up with a proper policy to make sure that the price of fertilizer is reduced, the price of fuel is reduced, we will do it in the supplementary budget, and we will do it in the main budget, and when we form government, we will make it better, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Well, let me have the member for Tharaka, and the debate should be purely on the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely in order, and I support that we actually agree to the proposed further amendment such that we are able to accommodate Kenyans who actually are below any line that we can imagine of. As we talk about today, fertilizers are going for about 6,000 shillings, while just about 2 years ago, it was 2,500. The question that begs to be answered is, why are we in the situation where we are in today? And one of it is this, and it goes without saying, is because of the debts that we continue to incur in this country, that we are overborrowing, We are overspending, like now we are budgeting for money that we do not have. We are anchoring on the fact that we are going to borrow, and this is problematic. Therefore, from today, and this house must act with sanity, that we only act within the monies that we have, not to depend on borrowing, which is now burdening our citizens and increasing everything, including food, farm inputs, and whatever else we are thinking of. This is very timely, and I do support that we actually accept that proposed further amendment. Thank you.
Is it the feeling of the House that I put the question? Then the leader of majority, you want to contribute on this? Give me the leader of majority. It's a house of debate, members.
Honorable Speaker, I think it's becoming very clear that there's an amendment that has been brought by member for Kilifi, and what members are actually discussing is totally different from what has been brought. And I think the best thing we do, Honorable Speaker, I would like to propose that you put a question so the House makes a decision.
With that, which Honorable Kimunya, which standing order are you applying? Give Honorable Kimunya, because members we must.
Honorable Speaker,
so
standing order number 95.
Honorable members, again, the Speaker has no votes. I will put the question on the standing order number 95 that we put the question. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? And as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I'm assuming the members who are upstanding. Honorable members, following the counting of the members, I confirm that the members who are upstanding for division are not enough to call for a division. Leader of majority, I can see you on intervention.
No.
Honorable Leader of Majority has an intervention, but he has confirmed that he can wait because of the interest of the matter after I put the question. Order, members, I put the question, which is that the motion on the BPS for the financial year 2022-2023 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Buyer. As many as are this people say aye. And as many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. Intervention, Honorable Leader of Majority.
No, hakuna. Honorable Speaker.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, please. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that this House resolves to extend the sitting time until the business appearing under order number 11 is concluded. And Honorable Speaker, as you can see, today we dedicated for the BPS. But unfortunately, there are some who have come here to disrupt the business of the House. So, we would want to give them an opportunity to look for extra people to come and help them. But in the meantime, we continue the business of this House until we conclude order number 11. I beg to move and ask the Honorable Angwenyi to second.
Seconder.
Hello. Madam Speaker, I second, so that even if they want to filibuster, let them go on with the filibustering, but we must complete the business that brought us here.
From where I sit, Honorable Dwell, I will give you your chance. Let me just propose the motion, which is that because we cannot say the motion is out of order, or the motion is, it must be an asset of the House. Members, I propose the question, which is that this House resolves to extend the sitting time, members, until the business appearing under order number 11 is concluded. Honourable members, as many as of that opinion say aye. And as many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Sankok, the ruling is that the ayes have it. Thank you. Honorable Sosion, but let me hear from Honorable Duale before Sosion. Honorable Duale. Honorable Duale, a ranking member.
And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, don't interrupt me. I want to have my peace as a member for Township. Madam Speaker, I am.
Is not order. Please, honorable members, allow the member for Garissa, a ranking member, be heard. Honorable member, Honorable Duale, please carry on.
Madam Speaker.
But you can't order me also. Be guided.
Madam Speaker, I stand here not by choice or by default. I have been elected to this August House 3 times in 3 different parties. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, this afternoon, I am perturbed and shocked. I raised serious constitutional issues on Article 211 on the PFM Act Section 50, Section 2. I asked for the Speaker to give direction. Madam Speaker, this will go in history this afternoon, that you can extend the time if you want, And I want to say, as the former majority leader, we used to pass government agenda, but we never used to violate the constitution and the law. Madam Speaker, you can extend and sit until midnight. But let me talk to the people of Kenya. This is what the late Charles Njonjo did in the early parliaments of the Republic of Kenya. This is what many other leaders did. And I want to ask members sitting here, when you have free time, go to the Hansard room and listen to what Jaramogi said, what Tom Mboya said, what great leaders used to say. So that's some of us. And as I exit, Madam Speaker, we can shout, we can do anything. I am a big supporter of this budget because the people of Garissa Township need CDF. I'm a big supporter because Parliament needs resources. But Madam Speaker, I cannot sit here and allow this House, under your leadership this afternoon, to violate and even deny a role given by the Constitution, not only to this House, but even to the Senate in a ceiling, and it is very shameful. As I leave, I want these members, I want these members to read a book. I want them to read a book.
All the members, please.
I want them to read a book that was written in 1896 by an Italian writer, and the title of the book, and I can provide, is about the laws of human stupidity. And there are too many of it here.
Honorable Duale, before you leave, Honorable Duale, you leave the members. I know most of them have gone to school, they have read or say read. But Honorable Duale, on the issue of constitutionality, you have been a leader of majority in this House before. Yes, and you have known the procedures. On the procedures, I order that. Honorable Duale, I have been a leader of the majority in this House. So on the issue of constitutionality, I've ordered that a communication will be done by the Speaker to reply Honorable Duale on the issue of constitutionality, because the motion, the BPS, has been approved by it passed through the committee, approved by the Speaker. So that one, I will order a communication will be done just to make sure Honorable Duale is comfortable. Yes, Honorable Emilio Odhiambo. Honorable, and then I say Honorable Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Junet, you are not Emilio Odhiambo, unless you want. Honorable Junet, you are not Emilio Odhiambo.
Honorable Junet, if you'll excuse me a little bit. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank you for indulging me. Madam Speaker, the reason why I keep insisting on raising points of order is because we know there are people who have made it their business to keep going to court. And we must have our records correct. And I want to indicate that whenever Honorable Duale and Ichung'wah have raised constitutional issues in relation to the amendment brought by the majority leader. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the ruling that was given earlier by the Speaker, where he said that these things are not subject, some of the amendments were not subject to 114, because he made this policy statement a mere suggestion. In effect, that's what he said, which I actually didn't agree with, but respectfully obliged. But he said the policy statement is a mere suggestion, and because of that, he allowed them to bring amendments.
Very well.
So you cannot, please, you cannot have your cake and eat it. And if you look at the amendment that is brought by Honorable Kimunya, it says Parliament urges. It is not saying direct. I know Honorable Duale has many urges here. We can't describe all of them. But he has not responded to all the urges, Madam Speaker. So we cannot therefore say that an urge is a compulsion. And finally, Madam Speaker, he has urged us to read a book about human stupidity. I want to urge him to read a book written by myself about human wisdom. he will become wiser.
Women
Thank
wisdom
you.
or human wisdom?
Human wisdom. He will become wiser. He should stop reading books about stupidity.
Honorable members, those who are in the house, and that's why I said if the leader of majority, former leader of majority, wants some clarification to be done, those who are in the house, the Honorable Deputy Speaker made a ruling on these proposed amendments. That is Honorable Chiboy. Some were disapproved, others were approved. So the issues of unconstitutionality, they were tackled, and I'm sure if the leader, that is the Honorable Duale, would want further clarification, a communication official also be done. So Honorable Makali Mulu, expert, as a member of budget.
Let me get this, Honorable Speaker. You know, today those of us who are not gifted in shouting are really sad. We have been in this house since 2:30. We have been shouting since we are not gifted in that we could not hear us. I want my friend, Honorable Ichungwa Kimani. We were together and I told him he has to be very strategic the way he moves these things. You know, Honorable Speaker, the reason why these amendments were approved is because they are not touching on the actual meat of revenue collection, taxes and all that. They were only talking about the vertical division between one level of government and the other one. And I think there's been a lot of misleading statements as I listened here today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when somebody says you are changing the debt ceiling through the BPS, that can't be true. And the reason why Honorable Kimunya was moving the amendments was actually to take care of that. Honorable Speaker, we did realize as a budget committee that we were confused. Actually, some of us had crossed their lines. Because, Honorable Speaker, what we are saying is, if you read those amendments by Honorable Kimunya, so that we put the record straight, we are saying Treasury or the executive, you can do your business, but don't go beyond 9 trillion ceiling, which was fixed by this House. What am I saying, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, I'm saying the executive has a free hand to do 3 things if they wish to do them. They can enhance revenue collection so that the remaining thing, the ceiling of 9 trillion, they can drop some of the programs or projects so that the remaining within the 9 trillion ceiling, or they can even engage cost-saving mechanisms or expenditure reduction so that they are thinking that. And that was the object of this amendment, so that we allow the executive room to do what they want to do, so long as they don't go beyond what this House has done in terms of fixing the ceiling. And I wish people could see these amendments from that side. Once you see the amendment from that side, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you for sure, whatever estimates will come to this House, the first thing the House should be checking is whether we have gone beyond the 9 trillion ceiling. And if they will have gone beyond that, there will be no discussion of the estimates. If they can, because is there any harm if they collected more money and they met their budget? There is no harm. Is there any harm if they dropped programs and programs? There is no harm. Those are their programs and projects. It's the executive. So as a House, we are saying we stick to our line. Let's allow the executive to stick to their line. But I don't know, Honorable Chair, Speaker, because some of us, we have no power to shout a lot. We have been seeking your attention, crying, we get this chance to put the record straight, we couldn't get. But now,
you are already putting the record straight.
We have put the record straight. So let's debate on those bases. And I want to tell members, you know what you are forgetting, members, is this budget is not budget for this year. It's budget for the next year. And it is obvious the implement of this budget is not yet known. By the way, from where we stand, we believe it will be Kalonzo Musyoka. We believe it will be Kalonzo Musyoka. So, the thing is, when that time comes, we'll be reorganizing this budget so that it fits the manifesto of One Kenya Alliance. I submit, thank you.
Honorable relevance. I thought now you've shouted. If it's shouting, you've tried to shout. That's because if that's what you call shouting. Honorable members, I'm sure the members are hearing. Honorable Chungwa is in the house. I hope Honorable Duale was. Other members, with that, other members, why I gave Honorable Makali is because I really wanted Honorable Duale, Honorable Chungwa, and the other members, and also guiding the House for us to be able to move. So let us move to the other amendment. Next amendment by the Honorable Sosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. In my amendment, I would like to thank the Budget Committee for having considered the fact that teacher professional capacity building programs be borne by the government. And it has already been actually captured under Vote 2091 with an allocation of 2 billion shillings within the matrix. This, of course, indeed is a bold step by Kenya to support teachers in their programs. But in the policy statement...
Honorable members, I can see others raising
Honorable
hands.
Speaker,
You cannot do that. Please, honorable members, please remove
my
your
amendment, Honorable Speaker...
Honorable Sosion, just a moment. Honorable members, please remove your cards from intervention unless you are on a point of order so that I'll be able to know the members who are raising point of orders. Like I can see Honorable Alice will be abstaining. I don't know if she's raising a point of order. But please remove your cards. As a matter of procedure, we will be able to know how I catch your eye from intervention. You can only go to the intervention button if you are on a point of order. Please let us be guided. Honorable Sosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying I thank the Budget Committee for indeed having allocated 2 billion. That will cover the continuous capacity building of teachers. And as a country, we will be conforming with the international standards and UNESCO standards of funding teacher capacity building programs. But for this to work well and gain legitimacy in the budget process, my amendment is meant to strengthen the policy recommendations as prepared by the committee, that the government fully finances the Teachers Professional Development Program under Section 35 of the Teacher Service Commission Act 2012, and these expenses will be met through the reallocation of the resources allocated under the Teacher Service Commission. Furthermore, all other training programs initiated by the Teacher Service Commission should be financed by the Commission in line with the international human resource standards. Honorable Speaker, this is a simple and straightforward amendment that is not going to change anything. It is going to strengthen what is already carried in the budget policy statement and make it very clear the responsibility of government in this undertaking. Honorable Speaker, I do not wish to speak a lot on this. It's very clear. I wish to call upon my other nominee, 001, to second the amendment.
Very well. I want to assume that 001 is... Who is 001?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I move to second. Honorable Speaker.
Order. You are not zero.
Continuous.
Honorable Association, please, who is 001? There is no member by the name of 001 for record purpose.
Yeah, the Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Madam Speaker, I have been told that this matter has been sorted in the supplementary budget, but because of Sosion, he left us in a very bad way, but I second, Madam Speaker. I second. I second.
Order. Honorable Junet, you cannot do that. It is not your amendment. Please, Honorable Sosion, be on record for your seconder of your proposed amendment. Did you?
Yeah.
I was consulted. Please let me hear that you said Honorable Junet to second. Did you say that, or is it the 001?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Junet has accepted to second. That is my whip. I have no problem with that.
Okay, very well. Then now, Honorable Junet, you become the 001. Honorable Junet for seconding. Honorable Junet, now officially for seconding, you become 001.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why you don't want me to second this motion.
No, I want you to second.
I'm not contesting in Kibwezi.
Very well. You have seconded.
So no, I'm not seconding.
Now you become a 001.
It's Kibwezi secondment. So what I am saying, Madam Speaker, is this matter has been sorted in the supplementary budget. But because Sosion left ODM in a very bad way, let me just second for him. But he's a very bad man.
I can assure you, you are not contesting where I am, but because you are a man. But you have seconded officially. Now with that, honorable members, I propose the question, which is that motion on the BPS be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wilson Sosion MP. Now I give to the chair budget. What about me? The chairperson of the budget committee.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to oppose this amendment. And Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of issues, as Honorable Junet has actually alluded to, that will be covered in the supplementary budget. And the supplementary budget will be with us next week. So, Honorable Speaker, with that, we will handle these issues in the supplementary, and that is the reason I oppose.
Then I give to the leader of minority. Yes, leader, I accept leader of minority and then leader of majority.
Yeah? Madam Speaker, I agree completely that the intention of Honorable Sosion is good, and this House has actually been pushing very hard for this Teachers Professional Development Program to be funded by the government. That is why the Budget and Appropriations Committee, in collaboration or working together with the Education Committee of this House, has already allocated funds in the supplementary budget. So this House just needs to approve that, and the teachers will not pay anymore. And by the way, in the budget estimates, we'll put more funds. So you really don't have to amend the budget policy statement. Unless just, we won't just do it as a ceremonial or a ritual, and as Uranenas merely would put it. But let me put it clearly that this is a matter that this House has already taken note of. We have already implemented a program to make sure that there is money for our teachers so that they are not forced to dig deep into their pockets. So Honorable Sosion, instead of defeating this amendment, I would request him just to withdraw it politely, and then we proceed with any other amendment if there is. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request Honorable Sosion to withdraw.
Very well. Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, because I have already been called to second, but unfortunately, Honorable Junet became 001 for the first time, and I'm sure he does not qualify for that title. Honorable Speaker, continuous teachers' capacity building is overdue. So for me, I support the amendment. But today, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have known who is for them and who is against them. They will make their right decisions in August 9th of this year. We are exceeding the debt ceiling because we have two governments. One government led by Raila Odinga, called Government Bonoko, and another government led by His Excellency the President of this Republic, Honorable Speaker, and all of them need to be paid salary. That is why we are exceeding the debt ceiling. That is why we are bulldozing issues in this House, because we need more money to pay for the extra two governments. Government Bonoko, led by President Bonoko, and the real government, the true government, the legit government.
Honorable Sankok, today members, you are out of. Let me have Honorable Jude Jomo. Honorable Jude Jomo, your time is Honorable Jude Jomo. Honorable Jude Jomo, you want to contribute on this? Honorable Jude Jomo.
Yes, madam. I am a pedigree son of 2 teachers. And anything that goes to supporting teachers, I will support. But this amendment by Honorable Sosion comes at the wrong time. Already the budget committee is seized of the matter. The programs are already running. And I think that like Honorable Bandi have advised Honorable Sosion, he should honorably withdraw this motion, so this amendment, because it is already, the matter is already seized upon by the budget committee, and the problem is in the process, and this is an untimely move to do this amendment. Otherwise, it will just look like a populist move without necessarily giving much help to our teachers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Alice Nganga.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak. I have been putting my hand up on, and I'm aware that we should not be using our hands. But Madam Speaker, this corner is not catching your eye, Madam Speaker, and I rise to support Honorable Sosion's amendment. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that the amendment is timely. And you cannot trust that the budget committee will move the same amendment or will not drop it. And therefore, Honorable Sosion has brought this timely amendment. There has been a lot of complaints and a lot of hue and cry from teachers. They require professional development, education development. And you know, Madam Speaker, there are also other matters regarding their salaries and emoluments that the government has not been able to sort out for quite a while, and therefore adding another baggage for them to be asked to pay for their development, Madam Speaker, is obviously quite unfair and a burden that the teachers are unable to meet. Madam Speaker, I wanted to go on record on this, on the Hansard, that I was here from the afternoon, and I think, Madam Speaker, for heaven's sake, the manner in which this House debate is being conducted, Madam Speaker, from the speaker's desk, Madam Speaker, obviously speaks to a lack of neutrality, Madam Speaker, and it has to be said. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because the Speaker declined to allow division. And even when the division, yes, the Speaker also,
Honorable Alice Waome, you cannot, you are out of order. You are completely out of order. The Speaker is partisan, and I confirm that the numbers were counted by the clerk, and that's why we have clerks in the House, and we did not have the numbers for division. Honorable, you must withdraw that. Honorable, you must withdraw that.
Madam Speaker, I want to respond also to the question of budget policy.
Honorable Alice Waome,
speakers on this floor, Madam Speaker, have said.
Honorable Alice Waome, it is important that you withdraw. We confirm, the clerk is here. We confirm that you did not have numbers. You must withdraw that. And apologize.
Madam Speaker, I am sorry, you did not even say the numbers, and I will not withdraw. I will not apologize. Allow me to continue.
Then allow me confirm to you. Allow me confirm to you, Honorable Alice Waome. Honorable, allow me. just confirm to you, maybe you will go home and sleep well, that the numbers which were counted by the sergeant at arms, counted by the clerks, were not enough for us to cause a division. Please, you must either withdraw that, and then you can continue to debate.
Madam Speaker, I think the numbers in the first instance, the second time, Madam Speaker,
Honorable
we did not
Alice
have
Waume,
numbers.
you cannot say all the sergeant at arms in the
Madam
house
Speaker,
or the clerks in the house would like, they have no interest. The clerks, the sergeant at arms, they have no interest. Their work is to do the right thing.
Madam Speaker,
so allow me confirm
Madam
to
Speaker, let me express myself. May I know how...
Alice Waume, now you're out of order and relevance. There is a point of order by Honorable Kaki. Let me hear a point of order by Honorable Kaki. Honorable Member for Kitui.
Honorable Speaker, I think Alice should withdraw the statement that she's making, because obviously it is not truthful, and it is casting aspersions on the person of yourself, Madam Speaker, because the numbers were counted and clearly they were not enough. So she cannot accuse you, Madam Speaker. She should not intimidate you. And Madam Speaker, this radicalization of Tanga members must
she's
stop,
not
Madam Speaker.
Me. Very well, your point is made. Honorable Jeanette, on the issue. Honorable Jeanette.
Madam Speaker, just a minute. Madam Speaker, this matter that Honorable Alice is raising, Madam Speaker, is a matter that we have dealt with as a House. And you have ordered that the ayes have it, and they didn't have numbers to raise for division. Madam Speaker, we cannot pontificate here on issues that have gone. I know she's very bitter that she lost the vote, but Madam Speaker, the next thing I wanted to say, she's standing up to support Honorable Sosion so that 2 billion shillings can be allocated to the teachers. But she's also opposing the debt ceiling. Now she wants the debt not to be increased, and she's allocating money here in the House. Madam Speaker, they have no numbers. She only has M-Pesa numbers. And you know, she's going to be the running mate. Madam Speaker, you know she's the running mate of the Deputy President. So she should play at a higher league. Madam Speaker, this is a deputy.
Honorable, very well. Before we move on, Honorable Member, Honorable Alice Waume, you must withdraw the statement that you made. Otherwise...
May I first respond to Jeanette, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker,
no,
I have said...
Honorable Alice Waume, before you move on, please, you must withdraw the statement. I, being the Speaker, when I sit here, I have no votes. But please, we have counted the numbers. If you want to go home and sleep well, being a lady, Honorable Alice, you should not lie. You must withdraw. It is important for the members to know that the numbers were counted by the sergeant at arms, by the clerks, and that's why we have them in the House, and it was confirmed. Honorable Alice Waume, can you withdraw your statement?
Madam Speaker, you know, you saw us demonstrating on the floor of the House. Were we demonstrating because we were happy, Madam Speaker? We were demonstrating because we were raising very crucial issues. And Madam Speaker, then, I'm talking about the first time. The second time, Madam Speaker, we did not have the numbers. The first time, we had numbers, and if I'm going to be forced to withdraw, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I believe we had no numbers, and I will not withdraw. All I wanted to say is that the budget policy statement guides this House. The budget policy statement...
Honorable Alice Waume, can you withdraw or you... Then with that, please withdraw from the House. Withdraw from the House. Honorable members, maybe I give you a guidance. This is a House of records. Honorable members, let us not do our politics in the House. I know it is time we are busy in the constituencies, time for different parties, but we must do the right thing. We must do the right thing. We must do the right thing. Honorable Sosion, you want to say something?
You know, Honorable Speaker, what is obtaining in this House is not right. When we subject matters to unnecessary and uncalled for political confrontation, it's not right. Yes, if it was in ODM, it's by right. And Honorable Speaker, some members here cannot bully me. You don't know what I did to be a member of ODM, and on this particular matter, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ososion, are you withdrawing or we continue? I need to hear from Honorable Ososion.
On this particular matter, Honorable Speaker, considering the mood of the House and the political hairs being split, and having consulted my chair of the committee, and having seen already 2 billion has been allocated for the same.
Honorable Sosion is on the floor. Please, Honorable Sosion, carry on.
Honorable Speaker, I need your protection from some heckling.
You are protected. Assume them. You are protected.
This is my own amendment that I've placed here. Then put it to vote. This cacholing is not right. Put it to vote.
Very well. You have the rights. You have the rights. Then I put the question. There is nothing out of order. The honorable member. Honorable members, I put the question, which is the motion on the BPS. Honorable Leader, we are putting the question.
The motion on the BPS.
Honorable Leader, it is putting the question. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is the motion on the report of the BPS, that is the financial year 2022/2023, be amended as proposed by the Honorable Sosion MP. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Honourable members, the nays have it.
There's an amendment.
Honourable members, we have a proposed amendment on the BPS by the Honourable Duale. We have a proposed amendment by the Honourable Duale. I call him to move his proposed amendment. Honourable members, the Honourable Duale, the member for Garissa, is not in the House, and so his proposed amendment is dropped.
Now, open debate for the. 1 minute. 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 1 minute.
Honourable members, I now open debates on order number 11, that now we debate the BPS as amended. We are debating the motion as amended. The Honorable Gedi, you have not spoken today.
Finally, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on standing order.
Before I put the question, let me have Honorable Kositani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I represent Soy constituency in this house, and I represent a large chunk of farmers, Madam Speaker. I stand here to plead with my fellow members of Parliament that the issues of fertilizer prices are very dear to the farmer. They are very dear to the common wananchi. Madam Speaker, the issue of food prices are very key to the people of Kenya, the hustler nation. It is important that we do not politicize every item that comes to this house just because we want to please some few masters. Madam Speaker, I plead with members of this house, treat matters of fertilizer prices very seriously. It contributes to the stability of food in this country. It contributes to many other aspects in terms of economic growth in this country. And Madam Speaker, for those who are saying there are Sagana 3, whether there is Sagana 4, Sagana 5, Sagana 6, William Ruto will be the next president of this country. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kadhiani.
Madam Speaker, I was rising on a point of order. Madam Speaker, when the Honorable Member Fatima Gedi stood on a point of order, she asked that the mover be called upon to reply. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as in the orderly conduct of the House, I would have expected that that question is put for the House to make a decision. But then I saw the Honorable Member for Soy now starting to debate. So, Madam Speaker, please.
Yes, we are allowed to make some consultation with the Leader of Majority also.
Thank you.
And you can also see the Honorable Junet wants to speak. The Honorable Junet. Give the Honorable Junet.
Madam Speaker, today, the issue that we are discussing in the House, Madam Speaker, is a very important issue, Madam Speaker. It is a budget policy statement that is going to give the policies, the guidelines for the formation of the next, the budget for 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, we want to have a budget that is people-friendly, as Azimio la Umoja people. Madam Speaker, this budget is going to be the budget that is going to be implemented by the next government, whose president is Raila Amolo Odinga. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt in that. So we are going to make sure that everything that is important for the people of Kenya is captured through this budget policy statement and the estimates. Madam Speaker, when he forms the government, when he forms the government, he's going to look at the budget now holistically and see where his 6,000 shillings per family for the vulnerable people will be there. The health care, the Baba care will be there. The issues of electricity subsidies will be there. The issue of fertilizer will be there. The issue of lowering the cost of living for the people of Kenya will be there. This country will be a Canaan. This country will be a country that is full of the Canaan we have been talking is nay. It's nay, Madam Speaker. We have 5 months to go to Canaan, God willing. Only 5 months, God willing. So, Madam Speaker, let us not, spread lies. Let us not cheat Kenyans that we can do fertilizer prices. We know where the problem of fertilizer started from, Madam Speaker. In the Ministry of Agriculture, when the Deputy President, William Ruto, was in charge. What did he do? After he left, he brought his cousin, Franklin Bett, as the minister. After he left, he brought Kosgei as Minister of Agriculture. That is where we lost all the maize in Eldoret, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us not lie to Kenyans are very intelligent people. They know where the livelihood was lost, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Honorable.
it is very good. I am very happy the way the Sagana declaration happened yesterday. It laid down the processes and the procedure for the arrival of Canaan. The president was saying, let everyone board that boat that is taking people to Canaan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a house of decorum. We cannot allow members like Songkok, who don't know what's happening in this country, to delay this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this country is destined for great things, Madam Speaker, as I'm talking to you today. Because I know what plans Baba has for this country, Madam Speaker, in collaboration with His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know Tanga have no vision. They have no vision for this country, Madam Speaker. Now they are trying to play the role of opposition. This is not the way to do it, Madam Speaker, the opposition. We have been in the opposition, we know how to do it, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Let us teach them. Let us give them tutorials on how to do opposition.
Very well, very well. Honourable members, I wish you know how important this BPS is. Honourable members, now with that, please, I gave 1 or 2 members at my discretion. Honourable members, the Honourable Gedi rightfully stood on standing order number 95, that the mover be called upon to reply. And I therefore move to put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Honourable members, as many as are of this opinion say aye. And as many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Very well, Honourable Sangoko is calling for a division, but I find you have stand alone. Again, the numbers. Again, the numbers. You are less than. In fact, you are the only one. So you are the only one. So thank you, Honourable Sankoko. You are rightfully, but we do not have the numbers for the division. So I call upon the mover to reply. Mover.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. And from the onset, I want to thank the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee who did a lot of work, a lot of consultations, and I want to thank them for the support that they have given us. I also want to thank the entire team here for the various amendments, especially the one that came from the leader of the majority, and also the support that we have gotten from the various members. I want also, Honourable Speaker, to set the record straight that with the passage of this BPS, it does not occasion busting of the ceiling. Honourable Speaker, we still have the Division of Revenue Bill that will be coming, the estimate that will be coming, and we will make sure, Honourable Speaker, since we are a house that follows the rules, we will make sure that we adhere to the rules and regulations of this country. Honourable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to again, from the bottom of my heart, thank the entire Azimio Brigade for standing for the truth. And as Honourable Fatuma earlier alluded to, I think the earthquake combined with the tsunami that happened yesterday in Sagana has actually sent a lot of shivers, to some quarters. And that is just the beginning. Honourable Speaker, I beg to reply.
You beg to reply. Honourable members? No. Honourable Sanko. Honourable Sanko. Okay. Honorable members, I put the question. Very well, very well. Very well. With that, of course, we must follow procedure. With that, I order the clerk to establish whether we have the quorum. Let us have the establishment of the quorum. Leader of minority, what do you have to say?
Madam Speaker, our standing orders are very clear that you should not raise points of order that are frivolous, that cannot be substantiated. And Honorable Sankok has wasted time of this House for us to count. When he knows very well, he can even use his eyes to see that we have more than 50 members here. Madam Speaker, the moment we determine that the number is over 50, Honorable Sankok, we should apply standing order number 107 on him, gross misconduct,
okay. Honorable,
and have him go out for not less than 5 days.
Of my honorable members, Honorable Sankok, let me, at least for now, Honorable Sankok, of course, from where you see, I don't know whether he counted, but he has a right to raise it. So, Honorable is right. But honorable members, I confirm that we have the requisite numbers for me to be able to put the question. In fact, indeed, if you want to have the numbers, we have 56. I've confirmed. Honorable members, I put the question on the report on the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022, and passed